Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about the Epstein files. Okay, they were released a little less than a week ago. Probably should have talked about them sooner, but, I just got back into politics as an interest of mine, okay? I'm back on my meds, doing better than ever. You know it. With that being said, for any VOD watchers, I may or may not include timestamps in the description below. But yeah, hello, Angel HH. Hello, Phoenix. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Candy. Hello, Manta. Hello, Coffee Animates. Hello, Hurricane Paro. Hello, everyone. But yeah, anyways, I'm scared because my dad got pulled over. I'm very sorry to hear that. Hello, Dissident Femboy. Hello, Missouri Railroad Productions. Chat, we're going to be talking about something way more important than what I usually talk about. Normally, I make fun of weird lol cows. Normally, I make fun of, glup shittos that say insane things on the internet. And while that is still, by far, one of my favorite hobbies of all time, okay, sometimes we get a little bit political here. And by a little bit, I mean very, okay? I've been very outspoken for a long time. And with the release of the Epstein files, mind you, they're still very heavily redacted, and there's 3 million files that haven't been released. So, mind you, the 3 million that have been released are the less bad ones. All right? We know for almost certain. Okay, we can't know anything for certain, but it is almost undeniable that all of the worst stuff is going to be what they avoid releasing. But because there's so much to talk about, they hope that maybe everyone will just forget. They'll focus on these files because they have no choice but to release, the files or whatever. But if we just focus on this, that, maybe it'll go away. Now, something I've noticed is they make it very, very difficult to sift through the files. Okay? Thank you, Uncle Ruckus Movie, for the 2 saying my boy Freddy Fazbear made it into it. Yes. Though we're probably not going to talk about that part. We'll see. Depends on how long we stream for. Now, if you Google Epstein files, okay, what you will find, okay, the first link that shows up is from the Department of Justice, okay? This is where I am not a robot. Yes, I am over 18, okay? Now, what I want to show is if you search through the full Epstein library, they make it as hard as possible to sift through. Why? Well, because they don't want anyone to actually get anything out of it, right? They don't want people like me who like to, research things independently to, get to the bottom of things, right? So they want to make it as painful as possible so that people rely on primarily mainstream news sources, okay? So for instance, if you search Trump, okay, what you'll find is this shit. None of the files are named. It's all just a bunch of fucking random numbers, okay? What happens if you click on it? Let's see. Let's find out. Hopefully it doesn't try to sign me in. Okay. Thank God I unfull screened. Okay. Well, what does it show? Oh, it's this. Subject, Trump making a nice move. Right? Not getting anything. So you don't even know what you're clicking on. You have no idea what you're going to see. It's mostly going to be garbage like that. Okay? Now, there are some ways of actually sorting through the Epstein files, okay? So I discovered a site called jmail.world. Now, what this website is basically all of Jeffrey Epstein's emails that he has either sent or been sent in a Gmail type format. So obviously, if you say, for instance, search Trump, you're going to find 1 to 50 out of 4,191. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay? Donald J. Trump, become an MVP. What's this? Pedophiles, I think you... Okay, this is... Hold on a minute. I want you to know how... This seems too on the nose. Wait, hold on. Wait, when was this sent? When was this sent? Does that have a date on it? Oh, okay. Yeah, this was sent like over a year after Epstein died. So, yeah, obviously anything that is like sent to Epstein after he died, like, yeah, obviously you're not going to take that into account. Okay? So, I am going to end up doing a stream where, you know, I read all of the most important parts of the Epstein files, just going over it. Probably going to make a video out of it if it's still relevant. We'll see. We'll see. But in the meantime, I am going to be using other people's coverage in conjunction with my own, because I am too lazy to do a bunch of research before stream, okay? I am very, very lazy. I'm a lazy person. So, I'm obviously going to want to get the information out there as fast as possible. So, our good friend, Kyle Kulinski, who has no the fuck idea who I'm really good at talking, wow! Anyways, our good friend, Kyle Kulinski from SecularTalk, who has no idea who I fucking am, but we're best friends, trust me, has covered this in great detail, okay? Goes over a lot of things that were found in the Epstein files, right? Because I know you guys don't want to sift through the Epstein files for 8 hours. I know you guys don't want to watch me sift through it for 8 hours. So, because other people have already done it, I don't need to reinvent the wheel necessarily. I just want to go through them on my own at some point in the future, just in case anything was missed. Okay? So, with that being said, let's get right into the main meat of the stream. Also, my hair is like still technically slightly damp, so it's like really fucking annoying. It's like in the weird state where it's like almost completely dry, but like not really. Maybe it would be better if I just did the extreme side part. Like, I feel like naturally it just like works better in a weird way. Yeah, low key, this kind of, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand how hair works. I need a haircut desperately. Okay? That's the real crime here. Regardless, let's get started without further ado.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Welcome. Sit back, relax, pucker your booty holes. It's about to get wild.
My booty hole is
in
puckered
here because I have some mind-blowing stuff. The segment we did the other day on Epstein, just absolute, like seriously losing my mind over that, all the stuff we learned.
So we're going to go over this first, mainly because it has to do with Trump. Because I have been saying for ages that Trump is a pedophile. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. We know this for a fact. He sent a fucking birthday card to Epstein where he had a drawing of what appears to be what a barely pubescent, like just hit puberty girl would look like as the outline for the card or whatever. You know, happy birthday, Epstein. Very interesting stuff. Or, you know, the fact that he explicitly stated that he has the quote unquote same taste in much younger women like Epstein, which was obviously a dog whistle to pedophiles. I have been saying this shit for ages. And once again, it's just another one of my takes that gets proven correct, that ages like fine wine. Not that there was any reason to disagree with it in the first place, right? But, you know, it's become a lot more mainstream to agree with that position, right? Especially now that a lot more stuff has come out.
But I have about the same amount of stuff to give you today in new leaks and new emails and new Epstein files. This stuff is, I mean, again, I'm losing my mind here. My jaw is hitting the floor as I'm reading the specifics. So we're going to get to that.
My jaw is hitting the walls because rather than being too long, my jaw is too wide.
Just a second, new updates. We have the Department of Justice mass scrubbing the Epstein files with Trump's name. So even though the cat's out of the bag, they're still desperately trying to do a cover-up of at least certain aspects of the Epstein.
So this is what I mean when I say that the people that are in positions of power are not only evil, but they're also stupid. Okay, that's something that will be a common theme here, is that the people in power are evil and stupid. Okay?
Files. Later on, we'll discuss a MAGA man assaults a high school girl and instantly regrets it. We have the Epstein...
That sounds like the title of a Darman video.
...class playing Joe Rogan like a fiddle and using him. And then we also have Trump crashing out in the White House over the Epstein files in the most glorious fashion imaginable.
Yeah, if he was innocent, he would not be crashing out over it. Like, we've known he's guilty for ages. I mean, hell, even before this most recent release, it's like, well, what is he trying to hide? Why is he trying to prevent them from getting released? I think it's fairly obvious. But even before it was being talked about, even before anyone was talking about it, it was so obvious that Trump was a pedophile. You know, another example would be him sexualizing his own daughter. You know, basically saying that he would fuck his own daughter. That's not what you do if you're not a pedophile.
So you guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. You can also click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time a video drops. That's onto political channels, so you got them. That link is below. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I've never talked to a billionaire, never talked to government or anything like that. This is true grassroots media from the ground up. You guys made it what it is, so thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say, I generally have a positive opinion of Kyle Kulinski, but, you know, something being grassroots media is kind of irrelevant. There are plenty of grifters that are grassroots media. He's not one of them. He's not a grifter. At least I don't have any reason to believe that he's a grifter. He's extremely internally consistent on basically all of his positions from what I've seen, and has generally very good coverage. But I don't know what this whole, it's grassroots media. Yeah, there are people on the right that are grassroots media that are grifters. So, like, why do you say this? Why do you advertise yourself this way? I don't know. Again, he's not doing it as like in a disingenuous way, but, you know, I don't know. It's just a little nitpick, if you will, a little nitpick.
Thank you again to everybody who supports on Patreon.
Correct. He's not a grifter. He's not a grifter. But I have heard a lot of grifters say that, so I cringe. I cringe when I hear shit like that. It's like, yeah, most people, regardless of whether or not they're honest, aren't paid by billionaires, right?
Thank you again to everybody who tips with the thanks.
Then again, I guess because he's like kind of on like a higher level in terms of his channel success, maybe it's kind of justified, you know, because there are other YouTubers that were, you know, paid by Russia. So, you know, maybe I can't really fault him for that.
Button on YouTube. And of course, thank you to everybody who subscribes to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below if you're on episodes there. That being said, let's go ahead and jump right in ski. So guys, remember, what have we learned so far about the Epstein files? What we learned is there's effectively a shadow government of moneyed interests that really runs the world.
I've been saying this for ages. Like, it is the wealthy elites. It is the wealthy global elites, not the Jews. Okay, it has nothing to do with whether or not they're Jewish. So, don't twist my words, okay? But I have been saying for ages that because we enable billionaires, to be evil, to hoard their wealth, and obtain this insane amount of power, that we result in having the society that we do today. We have late-stage capitalism as a result of this, right? Where basically everyone except for the greedy billionaire pedophiles get fucked over. I've been saying this for ages. I've been saying that it's not the government that we have to worry about infringing upon our rights. It is the corporations that control the government. The government is bought out. I've been saying this for ages. Why do you think they're trying to censor the Epstein files? Why do you think the government's trying to censor? Why do you think that they are so hesitant to release them, even though they are legally obligated to? Why is there so much hesitancy when it comes to this? I think it's fairly straightforward. The government is the bitch of big corporate donors. This goes without saying, but I feel like it needs to be said.
And Jeffrey Epstein was one of those people. He was part of the shadow government of moneyed interests.
Keep in mind, Jeffrey Epstein is one of many, right? It's not Jeffrey Epstein is dead now, therefore the problem is solved, right? Jeffrey Epstein didn't exist in spite of his material conditions. He exists because of it, right? He existed because of it.
And effectively, this might sound hyperbolic, but it's not based on what we've learned. It really is a cabal of pedophile, rapist, billionaire sadists. And the other thing we've learned is extreme wealth and privilege effectively rots your soul to the point where you don't view other humans as human.
You could also make the argument that a lot of these people never viewed other people as human in the first place, which is why they were able to acquire that status in the first place, right? It's either going to be the case that they're a complete psychopath that has no regard for the well-being of others, right? So they step on others to get to the top, or alternatively, they inherited wealth and the values that they learned from their parents who gave them their wealth are fucking psychotic. So either way, you end up with some of the worst people imaginable.
You view them as subhuman, you view them as animals, and you end up doing stuff like hunting them, for example. Yes, quite literally, and we'll talk about that in a little bit because I believe we have some emails that get into that. So this is what we've learned so far, and it is absolutely mind-boggling. We're talking about pedophilia, we're talking about rape, we're talking about torture, we're talking about murder, we're talking about the crimes of all crimes and this tight-knit class that...
Yeah, so for anyone that's, a big fan of pedophile power scaling, I think that this sort of, sets the record straight. Okay, we should all agree now collectively that Epstein clearly mogs P. Diddy, okay? All right, it's not even close, all right? P. Diddy is like the strongest pedophile of today versus Jeffrey Epstein, the strongest pedophile of history, all right? There's a distinction.
Views themselves as genuinely and sincerely above the law, okay? So with that being said, let's start with this. Jeffrey Epstein asked a woman to buy a Snow White costume 3 weeks before former Barclays chief executive emailed him about the Disney character.
Those glasses are hideous. Jesus fuck.
So prepare yourselves, because there's a number of examples of wealthy, powerful men saying, hey, can you get me a girl to dress like a Disney character so I can have my way with them? Not kidding. I'm not kidding. In fact, Emily from Breaking Points found this one. Unknown sender, but I think we know who it is now. The Snow White was effed twice as soon as she put on her costume.
This is what I mean when I say these are the people that are in power. Why is the perpetrator, the person that's doing the rape, why are they being censored? Like, why is their name being censored? Why are they being protected? They're being protected because they're the ones that are in power.
My God. Again, the stuff that they just say in emails, it's kind of weird because half the time they seem...
So anyone that claims that, capitalism is epic and based, and that there's no problems with late stage capitalism, and that actually corporations need to have more power, and that billionaires should, pay actually less taxes because they earned all their wealth. Just keep all of this in mind. This is what happens when you enable evil billionaires to be evil billionaires.
To use code language, like when they say pizza and Chinese cookie and stuff like that.
And what you'll find is that some of the quote unquote better billionaires, people like Bill Gates, for instance. Let's just say the Epstein files don't paint a very good picture of him. So even if you want to claim, well, Bill Gates isn't that bad, you might want to think again. Okay, these people all work together.
But then the other half the time, they're like, I sure do love committing crimes with you. Isn't it wonderful when we rape those kids? Like, they say shit like this, right?
Most of them are Democrats. Right. So what you're telling me is that Peter Thiel and Donald Trump and Elon Musk are Democrats. Right. Okay. Uh-huh. Sure.
All right, more. From the bottom up here, this is...
Democrats also. I mean, if you want to, I don't know, say... condemn Bill Clinton, for instance, I think that's fine, but I don't think it's as politically relevant. I'm not going to defend Bill Clinton either.
Is from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Attia, who, by the way, Barry Weiss is still fighting to keep him at CBS, even though he was outed as one of the worst Epstein perverts, okay? Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Attia.
It's almost like these people in positions of power have No regard for actual moral principles. They don't give a fuck. Okay, if they see a child, they will rape the child. They don't give a shit.
In 2015, where are you? I might be in LA Monday, Burbank, to look at the interior of the other BBJ. Tonight, dinner with Musk, Thiel, and Zuckerberg. This is Jeffrey Epstein in 2015 saying, I have a dinner with Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and Mark Zuckerberg. Guys, he was convicted of sex crimes in 2008. Here we are in 2015, and some of the world's most powerful, wealthy billionaires are meeting with him. Again,
it's almost like billionaires are evil or something.
The amount of power this man had, it's impossible to wrap your mind around it. Okay, how about this one? Political Punk says, this seemingly innocuous line in the Elon emails holds a lot of the Epstein story, sending the heli for people, because FAA Part 91 allows private, non-commercial helicopters to move passengers with no records, no manifests or passenger lists. Epstein Island and Zorro Ranch in New Mexico both had private helipads. So many, if not most of the men participating in the Epstein sex trade were going to Zorro or going to the island without anybody knowing. We haven't even scratched the surface. And Zorro Ranch in New Mexico.
It's not that we just haven't, it's not just that we haven't scratched the surface. It's that even the surface is being actively suppressed by those that are in positions of power. Right?
Never even got searched.
Like they didn't even release all the files. At least half of the files are missing, if not more.
Local cops tried to during Trump's first term.
And the files that were released censor the names of all of the pedophiles that have positions of power. For the most part, not always, but a lot of them. A lot of these perpetrators are being protected.
But the DOJ shut it down and then never searched it. We need the rest of the Epstein files. There is way, way more to this story. This is not the end, just the beginning. And then you could see here in an email from Elon.
Oh, this is one of my favorite parts.
Musk to Jeffrey Epstein, I will send heli for you. So basically, the point that he's making here is a lot of this shit is not trackable. They didn't track them. They didn't keep any records of it. And so, yeah, we're just scratching the surface here. And then, by the way, of course, I need to point out.
And then for the records that do exist, they're being suppressed.
A lot of the perpetrators are just redacted.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally in contravention of the law. They redacted them. And
yeah, it's because if you're a billionaire, the law doesn't apply to you. I've been trying to say this for ages. This is why we can't let billionaires exist, right? Because in a capitalist society, wealth fundamentally equates to power. And these people have so much power that they essentially have a monopoly over it, right? If you are a billionaire, right? You and the other billionaires essentially have a monopoly of power. Okay? Nobody else has any power.
A lot of the victims, unfortunately, they doxed. It was supposed to be the opposite of that. The victims get protected. The perpetrators do not.
You are just envious. You want to be a billionaire. I'd rather be a broke bitch till the day I die than be a billionaire pedophile like any of these fucking freaks.
Not. But they're bending over backwards to do the reverse. Trump's DOJ is. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be because they're trying to protect intelligence assets? Could it be because, as we learned the other day, that the Epstein network is still in action? It is still active?
Correct. Epstein is one of many.
Wild stuff. So look at this, guys. Epstein tells a French diplomat that he's on his island in the Caribbean, quote, with an aquarium full of girls, and compares them to shrimp. Quote, you throw away the head and keep the body. Huh? So from the bottom up here, Jeffrey Epstein to Colum Olivier, on my island in the Caribbean with an aquarium full of girls. The king of Saudi Arabia has a few white sharks at his Jeddah place. I totally prefer yours. Sure, I would enjoy the view. As to a Russian, I guess some...
I don't know, Femyoz, I'd rather be a billionaire with morals than the broke bitch I am. Yeah, I mean, if you're a billionaire with morals, you're not going to be a billionaire for very long. Right? Because you'd be giving your money away. Right? Being a billionaire and being a good person is not sustainable. Those aren't compatible with one another. Right? If you are a billionaire, you should not be hoarding your wealth.
I might refer to them as white sharks. As long as you don't have any hammerhead ones. I like white sharks. No, some are like shrimp. You throw away the head and keep the body. I don't even want to know, if I'm being honest with you. I don't even want to know. what kind of fucking weird code they're speaking in there and
Trump's best friend, by the way.
What that actually means. All right, Peter Mandelson from the UK Labour Party asked Jeffrey Epstein how the boy is doing following an appointment at his island. How is the boy doing? This is a guy, by the way, who now lost his position as a direct result of his close ties to Epstein, which proves that in some places, there are some repercussions and some consequences for being...
Yeah, it's very rare, though. It's very rare. And these people never end up going to prison. They never actually get prosecuted. It's like, oh no, like, occasionally they might lose their job. Boo fucking who, these people are rich. They're rich pedophiles. They can just easily retire. It doesn't fucking matter. They can retire and live comfortably. Nothing is gonna happen to these people. They're basically getting off scot-free. And that's what we need to understand.
Close with Epstein.
Okay, this is not even close to enough.
In the UK, we've seen that. In Slovakia, somebody lost their political position as a result of that. But here in the US, the president was outed as a blackmailed pedophile rapist and is largely skating on it. The media is barely pushing him on it. The Democrats aren't even mentioning it.
Yeah, it's because they're all bought out. They are all bought out by pedophile billionaires.
It is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling how easy this man gets away. When what we're seeing here is literally the scandal of all scandals. It is blowing my mind that we're one of the only outlets that are going deep on the actual emails and on the actual files. Jeffrey Epstein wrote...
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to show this in particular, because most coverage has been dog shit, extremely surface level. And again, I'm too lazy to do all this research on my own and find all this shit on my own, right? It would take hours and hours and hours to sift through all this.
Wrote this in 2014 to one of the Rothschilds. Yes, that family, that Rothschilds family, okay? Quote, Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. That's how elites discuss crisis in private. To one of the Rothschilds from Epstein.
Yeah, like, again, none of these people actually care about anything, right? It's just like a mechanism to essentially maximize wealth for the rich. That's the only reason why any of this matters. This is literally evidence that most of the culture war talking points that people engage in today, that they've been engaging with for the past, however many years, are entirely, maybe not entirely fabricated, right? It's not that they're never important, but they are propagated so that we fight each other instead of fighting the billionaire pedophiles that actually hold power over us and oppress us on a daily basis. They want us to fight each other. Because if we fight each other, we're not fighting the billionaires. But you want to know what's funny about that? There's a lot more of us than there are of them. So if we all collectively decide that we're done with greedy billionaire pedophiles controlling the masses, they're fucked. We should not allow them to have this amount of power.
Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. Many. Jesus Christ, man. And by the way, there's another email where he says he represents the Rothschilds. So again, you want to talk about connected. He has connections to high-ranking government positions in every single country, or not every single one, but every single one aligned with the West, I think it's fair to say. And then also you're representing the Rothschilds and you're running a blackmail honeypot network and you're working with intelligence. This is just insane. All right, how about this one? The origin story of Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship, 2009. So here's the email from Epstein.
So Peter Thiel is another blatant fascist. I mean, this is going to prove that, there is a heavy correlation between far-right ideology and pedophilia.
To this guy, John Brockman, okay? I'm on the case regarding Thiel. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm at the farm. But
yes, we must overthrow the pedocracy. I mean, that's literally what it is.
Why Thiel, another libertarian type, and not Elon Musk, a truly brilliant physicist who you would benefit from knowing? Quote, Peter Thiel professes that he is unable to engage in what he terms acceptable compromise politics. He considers democracy a failed experiment, drawing into doubt the wisdom of granting women and the poor voting rights.
Notice how his position is, he doesn't only want women to not have voting rights, but the poor. Now, this is very interesting. This is how they think about not just women, but poor people. This is how they think about, and by poor people, because these are fucking billionaire freaks, that means us. That means you and I. That's what they're referring to.
This position received hard criticism. So in other words, what's happening here?
Because at the end of the day, the goal of these people that are in these insane positions of power because of the amount of wealth that they have do not want us to have any mechanisms through which we can fight back. They want to capitalize even more power because these people are fundamentally greedy. It is never enough. It is never enough power for them. It doesn't matter. They could control the whole world and it would still not be enough.
Is this guy's telling Epstein, hey, the reason why you want to get close with Thiel is because he despises democracy just like you do, and he thinks women shouldn't have the right to vote, and poor people shouldn't have the right to vote just like you do. He's an old school, authoritarian, elitist snob, just like you are, and so you guys are really going to get along well. And again, this is the shadow government running the world, and they're telling you what they really think about shit. Look at this. So Ghislaine Maxwell's dad tried to shake down the Mossad for $400 million, and surprise, that didn't end well for him. The dude fell off his posh yacht and died. So,
what a coincidence. What a crazy coincidence, I guess.
So Ghislaine Maxwell's dad worked with Mossad. He was a well-known Mossad asset, right? And then at the end of his life, he killed himself or had an accident where he fell off his boat. But
it's very interesting how all these people mysteriously kill themselves at, very convenient times. Very, very convenient times. They just so happen to end their own lives at times that are extremely convenient for billionaires.
According to Epstein, what he says in this email is effectively, he basically told Mossad, pay me $400 million or else I spill the secrets. And then Mossad was like, or how about we just kill you? And they killed him, right? This is what Epstein says. And remember, of course, he was super close with Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter. So he tried to effectively blackmail Mossad and was out over his skis, and they killed him. The revelations in the Epstein files are beyond a leftist fever dream of how elites work. The CEO of JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, was using a pedophile financier as an intermediary to stop a banker's bonus tax.
At the end of the day, it's just another example of billionaires being evil.
The call happened, Dimon threatened Chancellor Darling. This is gangsterism. So what you see here throughout his emails is that he had foreknowledge of like every major global political and economic event. And they would use Jeffrey Epstein. Bankers would use Jeffrey Epstein to apply pressure to governments to get their way. Because again, the real people running the world, it is a shadow government of moneyed interests.
Yeah, I've been saying this for so long, and I'm glad that people are finally catching on now. Right? At the end of the day, it's not... Trump has very minimal power compared to these people. Trump is nothing compared to these people. Trump is some fucking retard who managed to, get into office by appealing to other retards, essentially. He is insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
Of which Jeffrey Epstein was one of the top of them. We're learning so much about how the world works. Like I said the other day, the world will literally never be the same after these Jeffrey Epstein files. It will.
But here's the thing. It will be the same. Because the world's always been like this. Well, maybe not always, but, under capitalism, it has always been like this. This isn't a new thing. We're just finding out about it. This is the byproduct that necessarily comes from a capitalist society where billionaires are allowed to exploit the rest of society while giving back nothing in return.
Will never be the same. Okay? Crystal was looking through the files and she just found this one. Ready? To somebody from Jeffrey Epstein. With you as sex naive and me, it's like Beauty and the Beast.
Notice how their entire name is redacted. No name, no email address, no nothing. Again, these people are being protected by those that are in power.
Sex naive. Again, that begs the question, how old is this person that you're talking to? Oh, you're sex naive, and I'm experienced. It's like Beauty and the Beast. Oh my God. Epstein, shocked, breaking story, didn't connect Trump to himself. So this is kind of an amazing peek in this world because how they felt about Trump is like, how the fuck is homie still getting away with shit? He gets caught every other day doing some crazy shit, saying some crazy shit. They pull up some...
I mean, I've seen some people on Twitter trying to argue, because they're MAGA, because they support Trump no matter what, because they're in a fucking cult, I've seen them argue that actually, I haven't seen a single argument for why child rape is bad. I've seen people defending child rape because they will defend Trump no matter what. When I said shit like, yeah, if Trump, was doing child rape and it was like proven that Trump supporters would still defend him, when I was saying that shit in 2022, it was hyperbolic. It was true, but it was hyperbolic. It's not even a hyperbolic statement anymore. That's just what they're doing. That's just what they're doing.
Crazy shit from his past. This would tank anybody else. And here you have Jeffrey Epstein going, how the fuck did this guy get away scot-free on a story that should have tanked him? So here it says, I'm kind of shocked that our reporters did not contact you regarding the Trump women story. Seems that he got off rather lightly. So,
very interesting. These people getting off lightly. Very interesting. I'm starting to notice a pattern here.
But remember, guys, Epstein was plotting with Steve Bannon because the story was supposed to come out of like, hey, Trump was with one of the victims at Epstein's house in, I believe it was 2011. And by the way, his house was bugged, so there's video of the president doing horrific stuff with underage girls. He's totally blackmailed, right? But they were plotting, hey, well, how should Trump answer if asked this question? Because it's coming. They know about it. It's coming. And then it never fucking came. It's just unbelievable. Like, you have the president of the United States is a blackmailed pedophile rapist, beyond any doubt. There's videos
Correct.
and pictures in a vault in Moscow and in Tel Aviv and, with the CIA and nothing. Again, he skated on it to the point where even Epstein was like, hey, this is kind of weird. How does he keep getting away with this shit? All right, this one, just prepare yourselves. Daily Mail says, Hollywood publicist Peggy Siegel offered to bring Jeffrey Epstein a little baby back for you or two.
This is fucking horrifying.
From her trip to Africa and told him it would be so Madonna.
Some Trump supporter called Dean Withers and asked what's wrong with child rape. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm referencing. Like, that's the type of shit I'm referencing. Like, these people are actually defending rape now. Like, if you've supported, Trump up to this point, okay, you're probably extremely low IQ, probably not the smartest person, but you would at least want to distance yourself from this shit. If people on your side are resorting to defending child rape, then maybe your position is the wrong one. Maybe it is you that is on the wrong side of history when your side is the side of child rape.
You're going to see this more and more, guys, but not only was this like human trafficking in the sense that they were taking like teenage girls. No, there's reason to believe now this included like literal babies. Like, they were abusing babies, harming babies, raping babies. And the more you read, the more...
Mind you, we have evidence of Trump going to Epstein's Island at least 8 times. And that's what's documented, right? We know that it's going to be probably a lot more because most visits are not documented at all. They're off the record, okay? What do you think that Trump would have seen at that island? Well, we know what he would have seen because there are videos of him and underage girls that were being used as blackmail against him. So, yeah.
You find that out. That, again, as deep and dark as you think it goes, you don't have...
Yeah, he was on the plane 8 times. He would have been to Epstein's Island a lot more than that. Let's be real.
The ability to conceptualize just how much worse it is. All right, look at this. This person says...
Sounds kind of like Pizzagate. Look, I'm not too familiar with Pizzagate. I've seen that referenced a few times. Look, I didn't know anything about politics when Pizzagate was a thing. Okay, I was just like a child, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
Remember those reported safaris wealthy people took to wartime Sarajevo to shoot civilians with impunity? That was a crazy story, but it's true. Ready? Look at this. In June 2011, American billionaire Tom Pritzker told Epstein that he was in a remote valley of Afghanistan with armed soldiers. Quote, toys and boys. It was his birthday wish. General Petraeus helped out. So if you read here to Epstein from this guy, Tom Pritzker, I am in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday and he loaned me a chopper. Actually 2 with 1 as backup. Can't call till tomorrow.
Again, if you're a pattern recognizer like yours truly, you will start to notice a very clear pattern here, which is that all of these billionaires are quite literally cartoonishly evil pedophiles, okay? I mean, this is so fucking obvious. Why do we want to allow these people to control society the way that they do? Why are we so opposed to changing the system? It doesn't make sense. The system of capitalism is what allows this. They are enabled by this because wealth is the ultimate form of power. So do we want a society that enables billionaires to control us and also commit a shit ton of child rape? Is that the society that we're looking for? Oh, and not just commit that, but also get away with it. Is that the society that you guys want? Or do you want a different society where these people are actually held accountable? Where billionaires cease to exist? Where you're not exploited for your labor?
So,
where the cost of living is reasonable? What sounds better?
the question is, was this guy, this wealthy asshole, this elite asshole in Afghanistan because he wanted to murder people with impunity, or was he there because he wanted to do horrible things to underage boys, or was it a mix thereof?
Definitely a mix thereof.
But it's definitely one of those things. Those are the only things on the menu, y'all. All right, Epstein and Maxwell buried 2 foreign kids who were strangled to death during rough fetish sex. From Eddie Aragon to Redacted. And then you can see here, Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it. But this one comes from a...
Socialism is just believing that borders are racist. Very true. Very, very glad to see that we have a very educated chat today.
Person that has been there and seen it all as a former staffer at the Zorro. The material
now, socialism is when borders are
below
racist.
was taken
so
from
true.
Jeffrey Epstein home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G, that's Ghislaine Maxwell. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. Here are the video footage of Jeffrey Epstein, and then sends a bunch of links here. Please arrange 1 Bitcoin by 6 p.m. today, Thursday. This is 2019. To the Bitcoin wallet, whatever, they redacted that. But this is crazy. And then, by the way, I don't know.
Yeah, it's very strange that, like, what I'm seeing in chat right now is you're attacking PDFs, you must be a communist. Yeah, I think that's fucking, yeah, it's genuinely. Like, yeah, I am a market socialist, but, aren't we all supposed to be, like, anti-chomo? Like, isn't that, like, an everybody position, or... I guess not anymore. I guess the right wing is like, you know, pro-child predator now because, you know, they got to support Trump no matter what. So, you know, if Trump is a chomo, then, you know, I guess being a chomo is based now.
I don't know if I had this as my links as we continue here, but tied to this story, somebody wound up dead. There was a New Mexico
Yeah, you would think that it's an everyone position, but it's not anymore.
Politician who wound up dead.
We should be anti-chomo, but Democrats covered up Pizzagate. Are we sure that it's Democrats? It seems like the vast majority of pedophiles in positions of power are Republicans. They are right wing. Jeffrey Epstein was right wing.
Okay, and died at like 50 something, and you know there was like no cause of death written or something like that. Like, what the fuck what is going on? This is so crazy. This is so crazy. All right. Sultan bin Sulayem gives Epstein Quran lessons on friendship.
Epstein was a Democrat donor. He was also a Republican donor.
Between Muslim, Jews, and Christians.
Look, I'm not saying that the Democrats are innocent. Like, they're also bought out. Both sides are bought out. Right? I've never claimed the contrary. The only purpose of voting is voting for the bought out side that sucks less. It's not like we have much of a choice. But it gives us the illusion of choice. And it's like, while it is true that it's still important to vote in order to lead to the less bad outcome, right? That's never going to be enough. Because that's all we have is an illusion of choice. The choice of bad or worse.
ends his inspiring lesson with the words, "I am off to sample a fresh 100%."
Revolution is always a choice. Very true. Very true. I mean, that should be something that you're considering if, say, for instance, you have a problem with literal fucking pedophile billionaire elites controlling the world and controlling our politicians who are all bought out by the same fucking people.
Female Russian.
But no, don't believe your lying eyes, I guess. Sure.
On my yacht. Jesus Christ. And this guy, this Sultan, man, did he love opening up to Jeffrey. He thought Jeffrey was his best friend. He seemingly had no idea it was a blackmail operation and a honeypot, and he was working with intelligence. He just thought that Jeffrey's my bestie, and, you know, I'm the...
Don't you support trans kids, though? Yes, I support trans kids getting access to necessary medical care. See, notice what you're doing here? You're deflecting and projecting something that conservatives do all too much. Right? It's like, hold on, you're supporting, like, an actual pedophile who is proven to be a pedophile. It is undeniable that he is one. Right? But then you equate necessary medical care for trans kids to that. You see why it doesn't make any fucking sense?
This Muslim and he's this Jew, and, you know, we're an odd couple and we love each other and we say all... It just so disturbing when you read through the emails with this dude. All right.
I choose Kyle's side because he's hot and his wife is really hot. Well, me and Kyle are on the same side. I'm not disagreeing with Kyle Kulinski at all here.
From Brian Krasenstein, massive breaking. We identified the unknown man flying on Epstein's plane in the Epstein files, former South African ambassador to France from 2024. Okay? Listen to this.
You support child mutilation. That's child abuse. If by child mutilation you mean hormone replacement therapy and puberty blockers, like for trans kids that have dysphoria, yeah, I'm in favor of that. But how is that mutilation? Like, what are we talking about? That wouldn't be mutilation. Like, if it's the case that cross-sex hormones are mutilation, then so is natal puberty. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
This story, this is insane. He posted the video. He found it. He posted it. The people responded and were searching for his identity. They figured out who he was, and then we learned this.
So Ed posted a video right here yesterday showing a man on what appears to be Jeffrey Epstein's plane with a bunch of young women. Well, we've just been able to identify who this man is. And his name is Nati Tetwa. He was the former South African ambassador to France before he died in 2025. Now, listen to this.
The Tetwa family says there are still unanswered questions about the circumstances of the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Nati Tetwa. He was found dead in France earlier this week after falling, apparently from the 22nd floor of a hotel in Paris.
The Epstein files just keep getting more and more interesting.
I mean, they're terrifying. This is flat out terrifying. Again, every time you think you hit the core of it and the bottom of it, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Hold on. I'm starting to notice something here. If all these people are suspiciously killing themselves at very convenient times, were the people saying Epstein didn't kill himself onto something? Was there truth to that? I'd actually be willing to give that idea some credence. I know that was like a meme in 2019, but like, I mean, fuck it. It might be true. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
All right, Jim Stewartson says,
Epstein didn't shit himself.
Why were Peter Thiel's dietary
but Trump
restrictions redacted from this meeting with Jeffrey Epstein in February of 2016? From Alyssa Beckins on February...
Epstein even dead? Yeah, true. He's actually in Cuba right
3rd,
now.
2016. Hi, Peter mentioned he is heading to Jeff's tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So that's Peter Thiel meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30 a.m. Remember, he told Joe Rogan, oh, who, Epstein? I'm not even that, like, I mean, I only got, like, tax advice. I met him a couple times, and it was, like, about tax advice and shit, bro. Wrong. They had a much closer relationship than he let on. Okay. In the event they eat breakfast, here's a list of people...
Whoa, you mean to tell me that rich people are liars? Holy
Peter's
shit.
Dietary restrictions for your chef. Please let me know if anything changes or you need anything.
Oh. Dude, the Mossad came for the stream. No. Dude, we lost somebody. Dude, I'm being fucking... Dude. My Wi-Fi took a shit. Yeah, I've been silenced. The Mossad is after me. No. Yeah, we're back. We're back.
They're super oppositional in how they talk about them and incredibly bigoted and xenophobic.
Yeah, it's the secret politics. I spoke too loudly. Also, them being, them saying this shit about China is fucking hilarious, considering the fact that, China mogs the fuck out of us now. Okay? We're getting fucked by China. Okay? So these messages aged horrendously.
And how they talk about them. And of course, the irony of all this is that China is now very clearly eating the lunch of the United States of America and slapping us around. And we're in rapid
Correct. We are China's bitch.
Imperial decline as they are ascending. Every time you think you've reached the terminus of the Epstein network's depravity, there's some new cavernous hole in the files to leap down. Jesus Christ. Subject, quote, snipe hunt is over, moon crickets in field bag. Guess what? They're N-words. Subject, snipe hunt is over, moon crickets in field bag. Guess what? They're N-words. My God. CBS News star hire Peter Attia set meeting with Epstein while his infant son fought for his life in hospital. Yes, his infant son was potentially...
Dude, he was more concerned with being able to rape children than to save his own. Or not save his own, but, be there for his own when he's at the fucking hospital. As an infant. No, he's more focused on having sex with people that age than, helping out his own fucking son. Jesus Christ.
Dying. And he was like, oh, I got important work I got to attend to, so I'm not going to be at the hospital with my wife. And
dude,
where was he?
He's got some important dietary restrictions to attend to.
Having a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. This motherfucker said, if I don't see Jeffrey Epstein for long stretches, I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal. He said, you know what the craziest thing about being friends with you is? I would love to tell people about the amazing life you live, but I can't tell a soul. Weird. Why, Peter Attia? Can you not tell a soul? It's almost like you know
because he's guilty.
Exactly what he's in the business of. And you have no moral qualms about it whatsoever. In fact, you're intrigued by him.
Yeah, none of these rich people do.
And you'd rather hang out with him than be with your son who's potentially fucking dying. What a scumbag. Barry Weiss is still fighting for this guy to be part of CBS. And even the Ellisons are going, really? Really? Understand, great Jeet here thread the other day. We talked about it on the show. Barry Weiss is trying to, revive the Epstein network. CBS is like,
I think that you're wrong about this. Okay? And let me explain why. The Epstein work needs no revival. It already exists. It's already in fruition. It's not exclusively an Epstein network, right? It wasn't like Epstein was like the fucking center of the universe. He is one of many billionaire elites that use their power for evil, right? Epstein was nothing special. He wasn't unique in any way. These people are all the fucking same.
Epstein news now. It's all people who are in the Epstein files who are going to be mouthpieces for the regime and for Israel. It's a fucking op. It's a total op, the new CBS is. Peter Attia, I never visited Epstein's island or ranch. This is what he said in his way too long, pseudo-apology over this, right? Here's Attia's assistant in 2015. Below are Peter's flight details for his trip to Jeffrey's ranch next week. So yeah, so much for that, bro. I was never there. Oh, wait, there's literal files that say that I was exactly there? Oh, oops. God, there's such... I don't want to hear from any of these people. Reid Hoffman, shut the fuck up. Get out of politics. Stop donating to politicians. I don't give a fuck that you donated to Democrats. You're fucking tainted. You're dirty. We want nothing to do with you. Peter Attia, shut the fuck up and go away. Bill Gates, shut the fuck up and go away.
Agreed. And this is why I don't understand why there are people on the right that are like, oh, but what about how there are Democrats that are also best friends with Epstein? It's like, yeah, they can go fuck themselves. We don't support them. What are we talking about?
I don't want to hear from you guys. There's no amount of bullshitting that's going to make people go, oh, that's okay. Maybe he wasn't as close with Epstein as it looked in the emails and in the text messages and in the files.
Yes, ignore your lying eyes.
Even though there's 17,000 pages of these people giggling little schoolgirls with Jeffrey Epstein. Unbelievable. Jeffrey Epstein victim had baby fathered by the pedophile snatched away 10 minutes after birth. Billionaire had multiple secret children and hoped to create superior gene pool.
Mind you, let's just, very, very quickly. very, very quickly just show you, what the superior gene pool looks like. Okay, this right here apparently is the superior gene pool. Okay, this is a next level delusion. Like, these are some of the worst genetics I have ever seen. Your entire face structure is fucked. Like, what are we talking about? These are the worst genetics. Like, holy fuck. Anyways, let's continue.
So one of the things that we're learning now is that he was absolutely into like Nazi-style eugenics.
Yep. Yeah, so for anyone that was confused about what Epstein's politics were, now you know. Another far-right pedophile.
And he tried to create like designer babies, okay? And he would use these young girls
I think calling it designer babies is putting it lightly.
as incubators. Just disgusting stuff. A victim of Jeffrey Epstein had a baby fathered by the pedophile, snatched away 10 minutes after birth, according to the latest tranche of files released by the U.S. Department of Justice on Friday. Buried in the 3 million documents is a diary entry of one of Epstein's victims, who alleges to have given birth to a baby girl in about 2002 when she would have been 16 or 17 years old. The victim expresses discomfort at what she says was Epstein's goal to create a superior gene pool by having a baby with her, a concept she likens to Nazi ideology. Why me? It makes no sense. Why?
Yeah, it makes sense why right-wingers are trying to defend this guy. I mean, it just, like, it completely adds up. Right? Like, they're trying to sweep this under the rug. They don't want you to care about it. They want you to ignore it. They want you to move on.
My hair color and eye color, she wrote in the diary entry. The New York Times previously reported in 2019 that the disgraced financier, he's not actually that, he never was, confided in scientists about a scheme to seed the human race.
And left-wingers? What left-wingers are trying to cover up the Epstein files? What are we talking about? Now, I will say that every left-winger on the face of the earth should be screeching from the rooftops about how Trump is a pedophile. I don't disagree with that. And about how we shouldn't be ignoring the Epstein files. That's a position I hold. But I don't think that there's any left-wingers that are saying we should ignore the Epstein files. I have not seen a single left-winger say that shit.
With his DNA by impregnating women at his New Mexico ranch. In another email in the tranche, Sarah Ferguson congratulated the pedophile on the birth of a baby boy after he was released from jail in 2011. The former Duchess of York offered him love, friendship, and congratulations after he...
I think they should be calling out people on their side too. I'm gonna be real. If someone is a child pred, like they're not on our side, because like we're fundamentally against that. If we're talking about these billionaires, these billionaire elites, we're not on their side because they're pro-corporate. If we're talking about actual leftists, people that oppose billionaires, that hoard wealth for themselves and are as greedy as possible and have way too much power in today's society, none of us are in favor of those people. None of us support Bill Gates. None of us support any of these people. None of us support Bill Clinton.
Hearing about the news from the Duke, probably referring to Andrew.
The poor are so angry. And you know what? They have a right to be. You should be angry.
Mountbatten Windsor, her ex-husband. So this is the other thing, right? Like, you would think this offends the sensibilities of like everybody. But no, people who are part of that club, they all knew about what he was doing and they were totally fine with it. I'm telling you, man, we need mass trials, and like all of these billionaires and all of these elites have.
Mind you, all of the people that are defending Epstein today were saying protect the kids like a year or two ago. Well, protect the kids from queer people, but not literal fucking pedophiles. Like, okay, dude.
To go to prison. They have to go to prison. We need justice. Epstein linked to designer baby empire in latest...
Yeah. Again, none of these people will ever face any amount of justice.
...files that reveal bid to engineer superhumans and clones. Epstein appears to have had multiple...
Trump is a convicted felon.
...meetings with biohacker Brian Bishop about cryptocurrency and designer babies, which is genetic engineering. That's the other thing on the cryptocurrency point. There's a lot of people now pointing out he was an early investor in Coinbase. There's some speculation around Bitcoin in particular, that also could be an Israeli op.
Stop saying that people are hoarding wealth in this country. That is not what's happening. Really? Really? That's not what's happening. It's not what's happening. Are we sure about that? The top 1%, which includes many billionaires, own nearly half of all global wealth. You are wrong. You are factually incorrect. To negate the existence of wealth inequality is to be stupid.
Remember, what we learned is Epstein met with that guy Moot. That guy Moot, he was a big original 4chaner. That guy Moot started the politics subreddit, the politically incorrect subreddit, which became like the hub of the entire right-wing movement that exploded online. So
very interesting, I gotta say.
It is not a stretch or an exaggeration to say that a lot of people who are MAGA today, who are far right today, they were psyoped by Jeffrey Epstein and Israel into having those politics.
Correct. It's not a coincidence that these people, at least up until recently, have been the most pro-Israel motherfuckers on the face of the earth. Right? And there's a reason why both the Democratic and Republican Party unanimously support Israel. There is a reason for this. Why do you think that is? It is because they are bought out. And because Israel is an important issue for the billionaires at the top, anyone, nearly any politician that has any chance at being successful, with few to no exceptions, is going to be bought out on that position. Okay? That's just a fact.
They were psyoped into that. It was immediately after that meeting with Epstein that Moot created the politically incorrect subreddit.
Why do you think AIPAC has so much influence?
Reddit, the /poll, or however the fuck you say it. I'm not a Reddit guy, forgive me. But I did read about this, and that was the explanation as to exactly what went down. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Yes, you were psyoped into right-wing politics by Jeffrey fucking Epstein. All right, Epstein. I've described Donald as having border wall.
Elites have donated more money to Democrats than Republicans. Well, that's just not true. They've donated more money to right-wingers than to left-wingers. You're just like factually wrong about that. They donate to both, though, to keep both of them under control. But it seems to be the case that right-wingers are generally even more pro-corporate, even more pro-billionaire.
Personality disorder. He meant to say borderline personality disorder. He enjoys screwing those closest that try to help him. He knows he is not smart, so that those that win an argument fall into a category that force him to look into the mirror. Horror. So this was in looks like an iMessage thing that was going back and forth with somebody here, but basically saying Trump has borderline personality disorder. Like he has a diagnosable mental illness.
Let's go, dude. Of course, Trump is a BPD queen. Let's fucking go, dude.
Yes. How about this one, man? There was a trap door which led to the sea from Epstein's house on his island.
Chat, we're currently streaming in front of 142 people, but we only have 72 likes. Make sure to double tap to smash like so that more people find out about how Trump is a pedophile, okay? We need to get the message out there. More people need to see this. This is not what the people that are in positions of power want you to be thinking about, okay? The people in positions of power are panicking right now, okay? That's what is happening. And we need more. We cannot let them suppress this, okay? We need to get this out there.
Okay? A trap door that led to the sea, and this is what it looked like. And many people have pointed out, like, what the fuck was this for, bro? Which makes you think. We already know there's allegations of at least 2 girls being killed at the Zorro Ranch in
probably a lot more than that.
New Mexico. What happened here? Did this exist to dispose of bodies if girls died with what went down over there? Because there was a lot of torture. There was a lot of torture that happened. We discussed it the last time. We got more evidence of it this time. It is just chilling. It is absolutely chilling. A one-time assistant to Jeffrey Epstein told the FBI, effectively under penalty of perjury, that the pedophile introduced Trump to his wife Melania, a newly released document shows. So we already knew from previous reporting that allegedly the first time Trump and Melania had sex was on the Lolita Express, which was Epstein's pedophile plane, right?
Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
There's already mass speculation that Melania comes out of that world, right? She's from, I think, Slovenia, and she ends up meeting Trump and marrying Trump. And the speculation is, allegedly, Epstein was the one who fucking hooked them up, right? And what we're learning now is, that's what a one-time assistant to Epstein told the FBI under penalty.
Guys, it's totally a coincidence. Trump totally isn't a pedo. It's just a huge coincidence, guys.
Of perjury. Okay? So I know,
even though there's like, you know, literally evidence of Trump engaging in that shit. But you know,
Melania is very
just don't believe your lying eyes.
Litigious when it comes to this stuff. But I mean, now it's become a tsunami. There's really no sticking a hole in the dike. But excuse the pun. That's actually how the pun goes. I know it doesn't sound right given the context.
Also, the person being like, oh, but billionaires donate to Democrats. They donate more to Democrats. Want to know the reason that they donate to Democrats in the first place? Want to know the reason? It's to moderate and control their positions, okay? It is so that they have control. Because if they didn't donate money to the Democrats, if the Democrats weren't bought out by these billionaires, you want to know what would happen? The Democrats would be way more economically populist, okay? They'd be more economically left-wing. But the billionaires don't want that. They don't want economic populism. They don't want anything, you know, left of center. So what do? Well, they essentially buy the party that would oppose them otherwise. Okay? But yeah, both parties are completely bought out, for the record.
What we're talking about. But like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. So crazy. The first lady of the U.S. could have been trafficked, allegedly. And here we go. Now you have people under penalty of perjury saying that's how they met. It was Jeffrey Epstein. The more that comes out, the more you start to wonder if we even know the half of how sick these people are. Harvard professor Martin Nowak emailed Ghislaine in 2002 to thank her for her hospitality. Then out of nowhere, quote, "I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I'm so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled the day. I'm so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow.
Trump farts and shits his pants on live TV, torturing people's nostrils. Yeah, that's the real crime. That's the real crime. You know, him, you know, being like a rapist. I mean, you know, that's pretty bad and all, but like, you know, him raping our nostrils. I mean, that's like, I mean, that, dude, it's over.
To love, Martin.
It's over.
I'm telling you, bro. These are depraved motherfuckers. They have to be locked up. They have to be tried. They have to be locked up. We need to free ourselves from this shadow government of moneyed interests and this cabal of pedophile, rapist, billionaire sadists. We have to free ourselves. Just absolutely incredible stuff. This one breaks my heart, y'all. I'm just telling you right now. This one breaks my fucking heart, okay? It does. It just does. So Noam Chomsky here, giving advice to Jeffrey Epstein about clearing his name when the shit hit the fan. And
yeah, no, Noam Chomsky is guilty as charged. I feel like that goes without
everybody
saying.
Knew, hey, looks like he's sort of a pedophile human trafficker. And here's Epstein, who was close with Chomsky, and Chomsky going, hey, dog, let me help you out. So here's what he says. I've watched the horrible way you're being treated in the press and public. It's painful.
Why are all the non-victims in the Epstein files a Jew? Since when was Donald Trump Jewish? What are we talking about? Elon Musk isn't Jewish. What the fuck are we saying? You fucking retarded?
But I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. I've had plenty of experience, though of course not on this scale. A Google search will bring up tons of hysterical accusations of all sorts, even groups devoted to vilifying me. I pay no attention unless I'm approached for a comment on a specific matter. It's a nuisance, but it's the best way.
Yeah, Chomsky is a libertarian, so not surprising. Yeah, I mean, right-wing libertarians have a tendency to, you know, disregard the age of consent, you know? They'd be like, yeah, but according to the non-aggression principle, it's actually awesome and based to rape children. Okay? All right, because the children are your property, it is therefore morally justifiable under the non-aggression principle to rape them. Okay? Yeah. Dude, it's what you'd expect.
The same conclusions from experiences of others, in some cases close friends. What the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening for an onslaught of venomous attacks, many from just publicity seekers.
You're calling Chomsky right-wing? I think Chomsky is a grifter. I don't think he believes anything.
Or cranks of all sorts, which are impossible to answer. How do you prove that you're not a neo-Nazi who wants to kill Jews, or a rapist, or whatever charge comes along?
Chomsky is not a right-wing libertarian. He is one at heart. He is one at heart.
Long. That's particularly true now with the hysteria that has developed about abuse of women. Oh God. Oh no, what have you done? Which has
He's a right-wing libertarian behind the scenes.
reached the point that even questioning a charge is a crime worse than
he has a right-wing libertarian soul. Okay.
murder. For virtually everyone who sees any of this, the reaction will be, where there's smoke, there's fire, maybe raging fire. Whatever the facts, which few will even think of investigating. In general, it's best, I think, not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood, which I presume will fade away, even if not in time to prevent much torture and distress. Hard to say, but it's the best advice I could think of. Noam. God, man, that hurts. You have one of the most prominent leftists and one of the most ardent critics of Israel, and
no, he is one in your emotional mind, but in the reality we live, he's not. I'm saying he's spiritually a right-wing libertarian. He acts like a right-wing libertarian. And I gave the reason for why. Because I see these weird right-wing libertarian types arguing against the age of consent. I'm not saying that in terms of the politics he espouses, he's necessarily a right-wing libertarian. I'm saying he's a right-wing libertarian as an insult. It's another way of calling him a pedophile. Does that make sense? Holy fuck. People don't understand humor.
The Mossad agent, pedophile human trafficker befriended him, and you gotta say, it worked.
But yeah, no, spiritually, he's a right libertarian, okay?
It worked to sort of
all of these people spiritually are right-wing libertarians, okay?
degrade the reputation of Noam Chomsky, because here's Noam Chomsky offering loving, friendly advice to a guy who we now know is literally one of the most, one of the biggest monsters historically. Just absolutely atrocious stuff, man. I don't think there's any coming back from this for Noam. I really don't. Brian Krasenstein says, I want to know why the fuck Pam Bondi redacted the name of the person who sent this email to Epstein. Quote, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 9 years old. Okay, Jesus Christ. So from redacted.
From redacted. Very interesting that they would redact the name of the person who is openly a pedophile in the email. Why are they doing that? Why are they protecting this person? What does that say about the people that are in power right now?
To Epstein, it literally says, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute.
Quote, in your emotional mind, Femi, you're passing. Someone did a misogyny, unintentionally or not.
9 years old. The fact that they're protecting this person and redacting this, and the fact that they're not immediately launching an investigation and immediately trying to arrest this person, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? So now it's perfectly legal to be a pedophile and a human trafficker, a child trafficker?
As long as you have enough money, yeah.
If you're wealthy enough, if you're connected enough, if you're elite enough?
Yep.
This is a slap in the face to every American. It insults our intelligence to say, we're done with this now. The next Democrat to win the White House,
But you have to keep in mind that right-wing ideology is entirely predicated on people being stupid. It assumes the worst of people.
Run on this? The number one thing to run on is, we are going to bring accountability.
There's a reason that they specifically attack education. It's not a coincidence.
We are going to bring justice. We are going to...
these people are anti-intellectual for a reason.
Arrest the motherfuckers. The Epstein class is going down. They are going down. That's all you need to say. 17,000 ways, and you will waltz your way into the White House, okay? This is incredible. Now this shit gets somehow even creepier, y'all. It gets...
Jesus fuck. Not to mention that those reactions were illegal. The only reactions... Oh, you meant to say redaction. Those redactions were illegal. The only redactions were supposed to be victims, not the pedos. Yeah, exactly. What is the fucking pedophile a victim of? His own pedophilia? It's so fucking dumb. It's actually disgusting. These people will do anything to avoid accountability.
Somehow even creepier. Ready? Jeffrey Epstein's assistant bought a single unlabeled 450
education. Oh, you mean Marxist indoctrination. See, you're a perfect example of what I mean when I say that people are just anti-intellectual at this point. The fact that you think that intellectualism equates to Marxism is funny as fuck.
$3 item from Wayfair. A single unlabeled $8,453 item from Wayfair, and you can see that here, okay? There was a conspiracy going back, I want to say it was 3 years ago now, something like that, where people were connecting the dots and they found out that there are many sales on Wayfair where the product it has the same first name of the first name of a missing child. And they were selling the products for like way higher than what you would expect for like a Wayfair product, right? It'd be like $13,000, $8,000, and in that ballpark. And it would be the name of it would be the same name of like a missing child. And so there was speculation that there's this weird like human trafficking thing going on that somehow Wayfair is involved in. And now I hate to say it, but now that actually needs to be investigated also. Now we actually need an investigation into that also because we get shit like this coming out of the Epstein files. Like, is it possible he just was buying something here that was this expensive from Wayfair? Is that possible? Yeah. But given the fact that that conspiracy was already out there and that there were already some strange things about it, this absolutely would need to be investigated. 100%. Because how can we actually rule it out given what we know already? Just incredible. Incredible. Again,
people in power don't want it to be investigated.
I told you, the world's never going to be the same after these new Epstein files. It's just, we're never going to be the same. Disturbing file.
Again, gonna have to disagree with him there. None of this changes anything. People are going to move on. People, like, I'm genuinely of the belief that unless there's, like, some sort of cultural shift towards being willing to actually take more action against those that are in power, unless that's the case, nothing's going to change. No one's going to do anything about it. No one's going to care, right? But people should care. People should care that these are the people that control society.
With details and names of elites who tortured children, and then you get this creepy here, I'll read it to you. Confidential for attorneys, eyes only, do not copy. Thank God my parents picked me up for being a Rockefeller that plain.
Intellectualism equals arrogance? No, my friend, it is the literal opposite. Anti-intellectualism is a form of arrogance. Now, there might be some people that present themselves as quote-unquote intellectuals that are arrogant, but they are doing something that is diametrically opposed to what they are trying to present. Does that make sense?
Mr. Dana had me almost scared.
You are proof. I'm not arrogant.
Both he and Larry Summers are fucking.
I'm loud and confident and I'm abrasive. That doesn't mean I'm arrogant. If I don't know something, I'll say.
Disgusting. Oh boy. Hope no relation to Tracy. I guess it is a royal thing. Gross. Andrew is like his brother in this way. Should not brag because that was yucky. Does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? I know I have none. Only Skittles. What does that mean? Walk down Madison Avenue to 71st Street. My mother had lost her fucking mind, even though Ghislaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason over my health. What? There's going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip and I'm dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. What? He threw me on the floor and blood all over Jeffrey's carpet and I'm the issue? Who the fuck bites someone? Sick. No one is that important and Leon can go fuck himself. I hate New York. So there's a reference here clearly to Leon Black, who I believe is like a big CEO, big Wall Street guy. Like, what the fuck? And there's the link here to, this exact thing in the Epstein files. Again, to say there's nothing here to prosecute, fucking investigate the deputy attorney general who's saying that, right? Like, what the fuck? Oh, my God.
Again, just more proof that money equals lack of accountability. The more money you have, the less accountability there is in society. And I feel like that goes without saying. But again, a lot of people need to hear that, right? Why are you so beautiful and smart? I don't think I'm either of these things, but thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't consider myself to be particularly smart. I don't think I'm dumb either. I think I'm just kind of normal, I guess. I don't know. But there's so many people that are way smarter than me. And I would never claim to even be close to I would never even claim so far as to be close to being on their level, right? In terms of intelligence.
God. Wow, no one found this horrific Donald Trump mention in the Epstein files because it was a handwritten letter that wasn't indexed properly by the DOJ. How convenient.
Jesus, did you up your HRT dose? You're actually passing now? Thank you, Kayla. I actually lowered it recently because my estrogen levels were like 780 PG/ml. But yeah.
This woman alleges that Donald Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein in the sale of young women to the sex trafficking ring of Epstein and the Saudis. She also claims that Trump forced her to miscarriage after she got pregnant. See the entire 32-page letter on the DOJ website, and then here's the letter right here, posted by Ed Krasenstein. Elon Musk, how old is the girl in this photo you sent to Epstein? Why did the DOJ redact your email address? Pam Bondi, how do I know it is your email address? The girl looks about 16 years old. She is a victim since the DOJ redacted the image of her face. Follow the thread. I wonder who sent Jeffrey Epstein this picture of a young girl in a SpaceX t-shirt. Okay, so here we go. Redacted, but then you see it's a girl.
Wait, is this the part where Elon Musk is like so fucking cringe that even, you know, other billionaire pedophiles don't want to hang out with him? You know, dude, that's my favorite part. That's my favorite part of all of this. Is Elon Musk is like, you know, he's not one of the cool pedophiles. You know, it's like you can't sit with us. You know, Epstein, you know, sees Elon Musk. He's like, this guy's fucking retarded. He's so autistic. You know, you're not one of the cool pedophiles like me and Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here.
Girl wearing a SpaceX t-shirt, and this was sent to Jeffrey? What the fuck was this? Sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God. Oh my God. And again, Elon's another one going around pretending like he's vindicated when we have him like begging to go to Rape Island.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Elon is the literal opposite of vindicated in this.
Like desperately wanting to go there. And he's so autistic, being way too straightforward about like, huh, I'm looking to have a wild time. I'm looking for your wildest party. Whereas
I mean, the impression is immaculate.
Epstein's like, are you fucking stupid? Like, you're supposed to couch this shit and speak in code, you dipshit. Unbelievable. It certainly looks like Jeffrey Epstein conspired with well-known billionaire to...
See, this is what I mean when I say that Elon Musk is not only evil, but also fucking stupid. And I've been saying this for a while now. I've never understood why people think he's actually like some sort of genius or he's some sort of intellectual. No, he's not. He's not an intellectual. He didn't make anything. Okay? He had people that he was paying from essentially money that he got from his parents who were rich. Or he had rich parents. He used that money to build companies, and he paid engineers who are way more knowledgeable than him, that will never get any credit, that will never be in the limelight. You know, the engineers who did actually real work, right? But Elon is not intelligent at all. He was born into wealth. And you can see how retarded he is. No intelligent person, even if you're autistic, you would not do this if you are, you know, at least average intelligence.
Undermine democratic institutions and enrich themselves at everyone else's expense. Okay, here we go. So Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. Brexit, just the beginning. So they're celebrating
more intellectual than you? No, he isn't. His engineers certainly are. The engineers that work for him to actually make stuff, those people are smarter than me. A lot smarter than me. Elon Musk, not so much.
Brexit. And you're going to see...
Elon is not intelligent. Yeah, okay. Does an intelligent person send an email like the one that is being read from Elon Musk? Is that what an intelligent person does? Elon Musk is one of the stupidest billionaires. What are we talking about?
It's because of this divide and conquer mindset. Divide everybody, conquer everybody, and we can cash in off of the division. Ready? Then we get the response here from Epstein to Peter Thiel. Return to tribalism.
Look, even if Elon was intelligent at one point, that all went away when he, you know, decided I'm going to be in a constant state of getting stuck in a K-hole, okay? When he decided to go on an extreme ketamine maxing arc, okay? So whatever semblance of intelligence he once had when he was younger, yeah, maybe he was, you know, competent, intelligent, etc. at a certain point. He's not anymore. He hasn't been for a long time, okay? He has been a complete, bumbling, retard buffoon for a long time now.
Counter to globalization, amazing new alliances.
Elon literally tried building a single-lane tunnel for his EVs. He's so goddamn stupid. Yeah.
You and I both agreed zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding...
What they mean by zero interest rates being too high is that they want the government to essentially give them money. They want an infinite money glitch. That's literally what they're saying here. Okay? Because the only thing lower than zero interest rates would be a negative interest rate. Okay? Meaning that the government would be paying them interest. It is so fucking dumb.
Things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding the next bargain. Jesus Christ. Basically like celebrating the destruction of the world because they know they'll profit off of it. And this is the shadow government that really pulls the strings.
Yet notice how like all of the positions that they're in favor of are, you know, right-wing ones. You know, less taxes for the wealthy. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting that they'd be, you know, pro-corporate, pro no taxes for the wealthy, pro basically infinite money glitch for the wealthy. Okay? Like, I mean, I feel like it goes without saying that, like, yeah. And also Epstein had a hand in the creation of Poll on 4chan. Meaning that a lot of these talking points are complete fucking psyop.
Of the world because they know they'll profit off of it. And this is the shadow government that really pulls the strings. A 2017 exchange appears to show a redacted person.
Yeah, if y'all told me that this was going to happen in 2026, I would not have believed you. I wouldn't have believed this. Maybe if like you were like, oh yeah, like this, but like on a smaller scale, like not like this. You know, I wouldn't have believed this. This is fucking crazy. That there'd be people like this working behind the scenes with each other, right? Like I had some idea that like, okay, you know, billionaires are fucking evil. They're gonna work with each other behind the scenes. They're the ones that are pulling the strings. It's really fucking obvious. Okay? You can just use your pattern recognition, your own cognitive abilities to come to that conclusion based on the evidence available. Okay? You didn't need the release of the Epstein files to figure that one out. Okay? I did not realize that this much information would ever get exposed to the public. Okay? I never thought that this much shit would be publicly available. Okay? Yo, thank you, Matthew Fry's Countdown for the 2 saying we should go back to a guild economy X currency. Dear Lord. Why did it say that you donated twice? That's like a glitch. It's a glitch on my end. Never mind. Look up Jmail. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. Also, please don't spam. Please don't spam. I agree. I agree, but please don't spam. I'm actually gonna untime them. So I'm gonna put them in a timeout for 10 seconds. Okay? Because they were suggesting something that is worthwhile. I do know about Jmail. We might get into that. Okay? Depending on how long the stream goes. But they were trying to be helpful. They were trying to be helpful. Okay? So, anyways.
Emailing from Germany asking whether they should only send femme miniature type candidates to Epstein from now on. Who is this person who was feeding young girls to Epstein? Why are they being protected? From Jeffrey Epstein 2, redacted, okay, I met blank today. She is like Lolita from Nabokov, femme miniature. So now I should send you her type of candidates only? Tomorrow we travel to Bern for visas. Okay, so this is something that we've seen in other parts of the files.
Why don't the victims just name names? I think that they did. Pretty sure they did. Right?
Too, and CoffeeZilla did a thing on this as well.
But like if you're a victim, it can be hard to prove. Right? It might be because like you can say like, oh yeah, you know, this person was at the island. Right? But it's like, okay, if we're talking about, you know, prosecuting somebody, it's like, are any of these people going to go to prison? No. Are any of these people going to face any real consequences? No. They're being protected by the system. Right? Despite everything that's come out, they are still being protected.
Epstein has,
and this isn't the system suddenly warping to start protecting them. This isn't a new thing. The system has been protecting these people for ages. We just didn't know about it because we are not supposed to know about it.
Like scouts and recruiters that go to these countries, usually like post-Soviet bloc countries, where they're very poor and downtrodden, and he sends his people there, and they literally scout underage girls to be trafficked to them. Like, the whole thing, we already discussed in like the
vote independent, that's not going to do anything. You don't think that like any like independents are completely bought out? You don't think that the fucking Libertarian and Green Party are just as bought out as everything else? They're literally designed to fail. It's just a waste of a vote. You may as well vote for the bought out party that's less bad. Right? I feel like that goes without saying.
First Epstein leaks, we saw that he had passports.
But again, voting is insufficient political action at this point. Okay? All right. That's insufficient. Okay? At the very least, speak out on these issues, right? Maybe get involved in local politics if you have time, right? Because at this point, there is no, fixing society if you just vote harder. Okay, that's not a thing. Yes, you should still vote for the less bad outcome, right? So the alternative is worse, blah, blah, blah. I still agree with that, begrudgingly but pragmatically voting, right? My position hasn't changed at all there. However, it's not going to fix the broader issue, okay? Yeah, stop worshiping billionaires. They're fucking evil pedophiles.
I believe it was like a dozen girls, mostly from the post-Soviet bloc countries. He had all these passports.
Yeah, who ran independent last time? Oh, wait, RFK Jr. Yeah, surely he had no Epstein connections. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
And then now we see...
We need to vote independent? Yeah, again, where did that get us last time? RFK Jr. is a great example of this. He was independent. Guess what? He was just as fucking bought out. Just like the rest of them. Okay? And it was obvious. It was so fucking obvious.
The scouting that was happening. Now we see the guys who were sent there, and they would get paid. I think
we will vote with our dollars. That's meaningless. Because we're not the wealthy elites. The amount of money that we have is meaningless. Our power is not in our wealth, but in our numbers.
Literally have the amount they get paid in the files, too. They get like $3,000 each. And they go and they pick out girls and will send pictures, and they will literally it's like a finely tuned machine for child sex trafficking is what it is. Just absolutely disturbing stuff.
Yeah, be independent. Don't vote independent. Yeah.
All right, breaking. Proof that the DOJ...
If you're voting independent, you're just like another form of, brainwash.
Is scrubbing Epstein files with Trump's name...
Biden was not bought out. Oh, no, he absolutely was.
...name in them. Today, there are 1,513 results for Donald Trump.
Like, why do you think he was so vehemently pro-Israel? Why do you think he was such a staunch Zionist? Why do you think that being pro-Zionist is such a popular position among politicians? Why are they all in favor of sending more money to Israel when none of their constituency wants that? Nobody wants this. Most people in America hate Israel now because we've learned what it actually is. We actually have some understanding of what it is. And does that stop them from wanting to send more money to Israel? Fuck no. Fuck no. There is a reason for this. There is a reason why there is a huge disconnect between what we want as people, since we in most cases seem to be against Israel now, and not wanting to send fucking money there, versus what the government is doing. Why is that? It's almost like there's some sort of third party that's more powerful than the government itself, that controls the government through money and wealth, that buys out certain positions on both sides. But both sides have enough differences to give you the illusion of a choice. But we don't have a choice based on voting. Okay? That's not what a decision comes from. We have to do more than that.
Yesterday at 9:15 a.m., there were 199 more
Biden allowed a genocide to happen. He didn't just allow it to happen, he contributed to it.
Files, 1,712. If they are doing all of this in front of the public, just imagine what they hid behind closed doors. And that's true. That's true. The fact that we know everything we know, yeah, what the hell are they fucking hiding? Other than, of course, the perpetrators. We know they're hiding the perpetrators. All right, look at this one. So as you can see here, 1,513 results for Trump, and then the day before it was 1,712 results for Trump. So it's just incredible. Like, there's already so much out there. It's already so clear how guilty he is, and they still feel the need to, my guess is, here's my actual guess. Trump caught wind of certain things that got out about him, and he, reaches out to the FBI and goes, "You motherfucker, you better pull that down. That's all fake news. I can't have that getting out there. What is wrong with you? How dare you release that in the first place? You're going to be fired if you don't pull that down." That's my guess as to what went down. Because, this is clearly like old man thinking. This isn't like, you don't realize, if anything, there's a little bit of the Streisand effect going on here where, like, in the attempt to hide it, it's actually going to blow up bigger because people have already downloaded all of the files, right? In fact, but they're trying to make that more difficult now too. Ready for this? Breaking. It appears that the Trump DOJ just removed access to the zip files to download the entire data sets from the Epstein files. Why? See below, earlier today versus now. Why are they trying to cover up? What are they trying to cover up this time? They have removed all zip files, even the ones that were months old. So they had the ability to do it. Now they don't have the ability to do it. So
yeah, again, these people are insanely incompetent. We have to remember, they're not just evil, they're stupid. Okay? And again, there's more of us than there are of them. We have to stop fighting each other and we have to fight them. Okay? The rich people, the people in power. Okay? Because they're not particularly intelligent. It's not that we can't beat them. Right? I mean, it's not like they have these fucking genius strategy. I mean, their strategy is literally just, let's just have them fight each other so they don't fight us. Any retard could come up with that. You don't have to be particularly bright to figure that out.
So again, what they're realizing is, oh shit, we want to have the ability to adjust this on the fly because the president's getting mad at stuff with him that's leaking. And so now they're pulling down the ability of everybody to really get all of the files, right? But again, some people have them saved. It's going to be on the internet forever. Anything that's posted is there forever. It's that simple. There is going to be no hiding it. You can try to hide it, but it will get out. The truth will get out. This is the Streisand effect. So Trump is actively involved in the cover-up. He's actively involved in the cover-up right in front of our eyes. And again, I reiterate, what is the fucking point of doing this when, bro, we already have so much fucking dirt about you and Epstein? It is so crazy that he thinks he can get away with this. We know you were his...
It's because Trump is, extremely narcissistic. He thinks he can get away with anything because he's an entitled man-child at the end of the day. He is a grossly incompetent and stupid pedophile.
Best friend for a decade. We know that you were on his plane.
Trump is dumb yet so smart. No, he's not smart at all. He's actually one of the dumbest people. He is extremely retarded. He just says things in a way that, may come across as kind of funny or charming to a specific type of person. Right? He comes across it. He's charismatic to a lot of people. Okay? But in terms of the substance of what he's actually saying, it's extremely low IQ. He's insanely low IQ. He's not even able to keep track of his own lies. He constantly contradicts himself. So, yeah. And I think he's at a point now where his brain has deteriorated so much that he believes a lot of the lies that he says. Okay?
At least 8 times. We know that you went to the island, even though you lie about that too. We know that the first time you and Melania had sex was on the Lolita Express. We know that Epstein knew the inner workings of the Trump White House.
So retarded he got elected. Well, something tells me that y'all would have a different position on Joe Biden. Now, what wasn't the whole thing he's too old, his brain doesn't work no more, can't even, he fucking falls up the stairs. He's so dumb. Look at this clip where Joe Biden is spacing out with this, crazy brain fog. It's well, he was smart enough to get elected. What's your point? You can be retarded and get elected as long as you A, have the capital to back it up, to back up your campaign, and B, have a target demographic of people that are just as stupid as you are. Okay?
In the first term, and Trump literally offered him a job to keep him quiet in his first term. We know you guys shared a girlfriend. We know he passed off a 20-year-old girl to you in 1993. We know about the creepy love letter you wrote to him on his birthday. We know that you had parties at Mar-a-Lago with just you and Jeffrey Epstein. We know about the pictures that he has of you with a stain on your pants with young girls around you. We know that you were at his house in 2011 with one of the victims, and there's definitely videos of it. We know about the Katie Johnson story. We know about the limo driver in Dallas. They're you're not going to get away.
It was 2 less than ideal options, and Kamala came off as insane. Less insane than Trump. She was just going to be a milquetoast liberal. I'm guessing that if she ended up in office, she would have done a whole lot of butt fuck nothing. Nothing would have changed, right? Nothing would have gotten, that much better. Maybe things might have gotten slightly better or slightly worse, but most likely it would have had no impact at all, right? It would just be the status quo. Things are getting significantly worse under Trump, right? And that is why I stress, even though you don't actually have a say, even though voting isn't really a choice, it's an illusion of choice. It's still important to vote because you're either voting for the status quo or something significantly worse than it. But it's not enough. Not enough. Nothing changes either way. Well, that's just not true. That's just not true.
From this scot-free. You should consider yourself lucky, though, because the Democrats aren't talking about it much and the media is not talking about it much. But over here in New Media Land, we are talking about the full truth. We're not hiding anything, unlike them. All right, more. Did New Mexico rig the lottery for Epstein's network? So from redacted to redacted, the subject is Epstein. So it says redacted, some interesting facts that should be passed on to the investigative agent on the Epstein case. I will also copy Der Mueller. 1.
Don't vote, that's stupid. And I'll explain why it's stupid, okay? So I'm somebody that believes in this magical thing called utilitarianism, okay? To put it simply, right? I'm not here to discuss ethics right now. I am in favor of doing whatever has the highest likelihood of maximizing positive outcomes, okay? Now, it is delusional to claim that the outcomes of somebody like Kamala Harris being in office, or the predicted outcomes of somebody like Kamala Harris being in office versus the predicted outcomes of Donald Trump being in office are exactly the same. They're not the same. The outcomes of Trump being in office are significantly worse. I feel like that goes without saying, right? But again, you're choosing from bad and bad. So there's more you need to do to actually fight against the system. But not participating in the system doesn't make the system go away. You're not helping anything there. By not participating, you're not making the system weaker. Because you're still a part of the system, whether you like it or not, whether you vote or not. So, when I say you're given the illusion of choice, that illusion includes the choice to not vote. For people that think that they can escape the system by not participating in it. But that's just not true. You can't escape the system. You can't escape it unless you break it. Okay? That is the only way to escape the system.
Zorro Trust, belonging to Epstein, won an $80 million lottery.
You believe that, and you also believe that you can solve it by voting? No, that is the literal opposite of what I just said. I literally just said, no, you can't solve it by voting. But part of the illusion of choice is also the choice to not vote. Oh, well, I've beat the system by not voting. You haven't beat the system. You are playing just as much into the system as anybody else that's voting, right? So you may as well vote for whatever the least bad option is, okay? But again, like I said, that is not enough. That is not enough in terms of actual, political advocacy. Voting, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't change the system, okay? The system itself needs to be changed. Those aren't contradictory positions.
Lottery ticket in New Mexico. Zorro Ranch, belonging to Epstein, sits close to...
You're in a loop of contradictions. I did not contradict myself. Those are not mutually exclusive. You can vote pragmatically while not supporting either candidate. That's a thing you can do. Okay?
The U.S.-Mexican border, where most trafficked children are routed...
I think that this idea, like this notion that not voting is going to somehow magically weaken the system is delusional thinking. Because no matter what, it's either going to be one person or the other that ends up in power. Not voting doesn't negate that power. You're not removing any amount of power that they would have by not voting. You are still subject to the system.
Prior to being dispersed to the East Coast, several high-ranking officials and friends of Epstein have confirmed he has sexual relations with trafficked underage minors. Holy shit. So they're saying the ranch was strategically placed to be part of a human trafficking network, right? And they're also saying Zorro Trust, belonging to Epstein, won a fucking $80 million lottery. And remember, he bought off all these politicians, including politicians in New Mexico, and that one that wound up dead. So did they rig the New Mexico lottery? Jeffrey Epstein's reaction when he was told that RFK Jr.'s second wife had been found dead, quote, whoops. Now, he also said whoops in the context of another murder that they were discussing. He said it, and then he goes, whoops. Like, maybe I shouldn't.
I didn't say it could be fixed by voting. I said we have no other choice but to try to vote in independence. Yeah, that's easier said than done. And the issue with that is an independent is never going to win. Want to know why? Because the system won't allow for it. So the closest thing we could do is have somebody who is independent, in a way, run as a Democrat. Meaning that, in terms of, so somebody that has political positions similar to Zoran Mamdani. So hopefully somebody like, it doesn't have to be him specifically, but if Zoran Mamdani were to run for president in the future, right, he would run as a Democrat. But I would consider him to be more of an independent because it doesn't seem like he's compromised. Because he isn't compromised, because he's not bought out by Israel. Right? It's not, billionaires aren't funding him. There's a reason that billionaires aren't funding him. Why do you think billionaires aren't funding Zoran Mamdani? Why is that? Why is that? If billionaires aren't funding him, that means he's doing something right. Okay?
Said this, but he said whoops after it. So here we are again, from Jeffrey Epstein to Eva Dubin. Whoops. And you have, right before it, Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard. He goes, whoops. Why would you say whoops to that? Why would you say whoops? Like I said, now there's all this speculation. Everybody thought, oh, hold on now. RFK's ex-wife.
The reason it won't work is because our country is capitalist and therefore the government serves the interests of the capitalists. Correct. It has nothing to do with our mindset. Well, our mindset is part of what enables capitalism to persist in the first place. What do you think Red Scare propaganda was for? Why do you think that was so prevalent? Do you think that that was something that was authentic? Do you think everyone just authentically was terrified of communism? Was that an authentic fear? Or was it a fear planted by people in positions of power that wanted to keep money? And what I mean by that is, first of all, the USSR isn't communist, for the record. Just want to put that out there. It's state capitalist. But this idea that anything that falls into the category of communist or socialist being big, bad, and scary, that was very deliberate. The fact that if you ask the average person what they think socialism is or what they think communism is, and their definition that they give is it's when the government owns stuff. That's not for no reason. That's not just, lack of education. Right? It is deliberate propaganda. That is propaganda that they were taught. Okay?
Killed herself because she found the book that he kept of all the affairs he had with various women and kept lewd, excruciating detail about the affairs that he had. So the story goes, his ex-wife found that and then killed herself. And here we have somebody telling Epstein about that, and he goes, whoops. So did she kill herself? We know, to these people, murder was nothing. We know that. Absolutely disturbing stuff. All right. There are little girls. They have good bodies. Why was
Joseph Stalin coined the term useful idiot with people like you in mind. No, I'm sorry, but if people like me were in actual positions of power, people like Joseph Stalin would not be able to exist, okay? And the reason is because I'm anti-authoritarian. There's a distinction.
The name of this person who sent this email redacted. From redacted to Epstein. This is in 2010. Happy New Year. Yes, I'm here. Just got my visa. I'll go to the 2B Riga agency tomorrow if you want. I walk around. There are little girls. They have good bodies, but the face is weird and they are not so tall. Judging the sexual attractiveness of, quote, little girls. We need
very, very interesting
this
stuff.
Unredacted. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. This is in 2014.
Yeah, why are these all redacted? Very interesting.
Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. From my iPhone. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. By the way, people are speculating, and this part is just speculation. This part's not proven, but why the fuck are you redacting their names? Again, what are you doing? The government is proving who's really in charge. It's the fucking shadow cabal of billionaire pedophiles. But some people are speculating this one was actually Trump, that this email was actually Trump. And you know what? I'm fine with people speculating that. I'm fine with people believing that until they fucking release the names of the people who did it.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen your stream in so long, but I'm so glad it popped into my feed. Hell yeah, welcome back. It's good to see you again. Make sure to, if you like seeing my streams, make sure to subscribe with notifications on if you haven't already. And if you have and you're still not seeing my shit, check in every once in a while. Try to just search Femyoz and see, is she streaming?
Open investigations and lock these motherfuckers up. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Oh my God. I'm just finding out that
It's just like infuriating to know that, these people that are being protected by those that are in power with their fucking redacted names will never face justice. They will always be out there, most likely still diddling kids. Okay?
Stephen Hawking,
It's actually fucked.
the Stephen Hawking, was not only on Epstein's island, but per the Miami Herald, Ghislaine Maxwell herself said he participated in an underage orgy. Apparently, they made
Okay, I gotta wonder, how does that even work? Like, the dude's like in a wheelchair. He can't even fucking move. I'm sorry, it's just like the funniest mental image ever. It's like fucking Stephen Hawking having sex, being involved in an orgy. Like, Jesus fuck.
the island ADA compliant to accommodate his arrivals. Jesus Christ. Miami Herald, Epstein befriended a slew of scientists. New records contain orgy allegations against one. And then here's Stephen Hawking in the center during an event arranged by Jeffrey Epstein on the financier's private island in 2006. Epstein files latest. Andrew told disgraced pedophile he wanted to be his pet in damning email. This guy is one of the most perverted of all of them. Because like I said, the last Epstein segment we do, he was implicated in torture and death. Okay? And now we learn stuff like this is coming out. I don't think we've even gotten to the bottom of how depraved that guy is. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her on Friday? Italian entrepreneur Tancredi Salvatore Marciallo discussing torture with Epstein.
Really awesome
So
stuff.
blank. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her? 2011. This one came out. Jesus Christ, man. Again, can you believe the MAGA regime, the Trump regime, literally had the deputy attorney general go on TV and say, it's not a crime to party with Epstein? All you motherfuckers' hard drives need to be checked, by the way. All of you need to be checked. And again, the next Democrat who goes in there, I'm starting a new category of leftist. Hear me now, quote me later. The law and order leftists.
I have mixed feelings on this. The law and order leftist. Here's the thing. Okay, this could go either one of two ways. Either A, you're using it to make fun of right-wingers that say law and order or whatever. In which case, fine. You're just using it as like a point of hypocrisy. Another is it's like a semi-disingenuous thing to like appeal to like a certain type of person that might be, a bit disturbed after the Epstein stuff and, doesn't know where to go politically. Or it is genuine, in which case I'm gonna have to disagree. Okay? What I mean by that is I'm not ever gonna be in favor of law and order, right? I'm in favor of law and order when it contributes to things that are good. And I'm against it when it contributes to things that are bad, right? Because law and order can be bad sometimes. So in the case of Epstein and everyone affiliated with him, law and order is going to be a really good thing. But in a broad sense, I wouldn't be able to endorse law and order. I wouldn't like to say, yeah, we're the left that's in favor of law and order, right? That seems a bit counterintuitive. Yeah.
Going after all the people who committed genocide. We're going after all the war criminals. We're going after all the corrupt goons. And we're
Yeah, in that sense, yeah.
going after all the pedophile, rapist billionaires, okay? These motherfuckers are satanic, bro. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Why the fuck are emails like this redacted?
I mean, I agree. I just don't think that calling yourself the law and order left, I don't know, maybe it's a good rhetorical strategy. I don't know. It's not one that I would engage with.
I found at least 3 very good young poor, but we was so tired. I will cover up.
How is law and order bad? Because if you worship the law, if you worship order, what you're saying is you're anti-freedom, right? You prioritize the law over autonomy. That's usually what that indicates, right? When I think of people saying law and order, I'm generally thinking of right-wingers that are saying it to mean, well, being in favor of restricting people's rights more. Law and order. Right? It implies that the law is necessarily always going to be morally virtuous. And that's just not the case, right? Sometimes it's the case, right? I think there needs to be more law and order in the context of, policing, billionaires and stopping them from raping kids and fucking with politics. In that sense, sure. But If we're talking in a broad sense, like, no, there are going to be certain areas that are way poorer, that are over-policed,
This week, meet this one, not the beauty queen, but we both likes her a lot.
That's Law and Order. Yeah, but Law and Order is very broad. You're overthinking it. I don't think I'm overthinking it. I don't know. Maybe people in the past have misused the term Law and Order. But whenever I think of Law and Order, I think of the way in which it's been used in the past. So I don't know how much credence I'd want to give to this term. But I don't know. Maybe it's like a way of reclaiming the term. I don't know, dude. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
3 very good young poor. Oh my God.
Because here's my stance, right? I think that there are plenty of laws worth breaking, right? I think that, like, if you jaywalk, based. If you steal from billionaires, based. If you there are going to be a lot of things where it's like you're breaking the law, but it's like a morally good thing, right? This just so happens to be a case where, like, yeah, they're breaking the law in a bad way. Yeah, so I would say Law and Order for billionaires, okay? Law and Order for rich people. Because saying Law and Order, you're implying that, like, there needs to be more law and order. There needs to be more regulations on individual people, like regular ass people like you and I. Like we have too much freedom. Right? That's usually the implication, is that we have too much freedom. It's not that we have too much freedom. It's that billionaires have too much freedom and power to oppress other people, right? Too much freedom. Well, yeah, a law by nature necessarily restricts a certain freedom, right? But it's usually from the standpoint of maximizing freedom broadly. For instance, if you are murdering an innocent person, you are taking away their freedom to live their life, right? So by removing the freedom to murder somebody, you are actually maximizing freedom, right?
How about this one? Confirmed, Epstein trained as a spy under Israeli Prime Minister. The FBI knew the entire time.
You forgot the word broadly. Broadly is a very important term when we're talking about maximizing freedom. Correct.
And if you look down here, where there's green, Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. So yet again, further validation that he had connections to Mossad. He also had connections to Russian intelligence. He also had connection to the CIA. And it was a honeypot blackmail operation.
But yeah, for the record, when I think of Law and Order, I think of people that are pro-police, right? That want there to be more police, and want there to be more restrictions on society broadly, right? And it's not something I'm in favor of. I don't think that regular people have too much freedom, or that, there's more shit that needs to be restricted in terms of what regular people do. I fundamentally disagree with that.
The most powerful people in the world, and he wound up being directly involved in some of the most important decisions in modern history. Okay, someone in the Epstein circle says they think the best and most dramatic cures would come from baby poop in Nepal mountains.
Yep, I mean, sounds about right.
Why is their name redacted? I want to know who this person is and how often they travel to Nepal. That's exactly right. So yet again, they redacted it. This was my idea a while ago. I still think the best and most dramatic cures will come from faraway stool samples that bring different microbes, like healthy baby poop in Nepal mountains. What the fuck?
I had an interesting conversation last night where someone said good and evil is black and white, and it's not as complicated. What do y'all think? It's like, I believe that, like, it's necessarily going to be complicated. Like, if we're talking about ethics and morality, it is necessarily complicated in many cases. So, I mean, obviously in some cases it's going to be very black and white. Like, if you're like Jeffrey Epstein and you're like the ultimate child rapist, yeah, it's pretty black and white, right? Like, okay, like this person's like obviously evil, right? But then there's going to be some things where it might be a little bit more ambiguous, where it's like, okay, is this utility maximizing? It's kind of hard to assess that, right?
These people, man, they were into like weird eugenics.
Why do you want more government? That's not necessarily what I'm in favor of, though. I believe that the federal government's purpose is to protect people from having their rights infringed upon by smaller power structures. Okay? So that could be things like, state governments, local governments, and ideally corporations. Okay. Now, in terms of corporations, it doesn't really protect our freedom from what corporations do. So corporations are able to basically run rampant with their fucking, horrendous bullshit that makes our lives a million times worse. And so I'm just in favor of, things like democratizing the workplace, right? So that'd be, we'd be able to elect our managers, our CEOs, etc. Shit like that. That's what I'm in favor of.
Shit.
Hope that helps.
Okay? They were into race science, weird eugenic shit. Like, I always thought it was just bullshit to say that anybody was sort of like a Satanist in a literal sense, like worship Satan. But like after reading this stuff, it seems to me like every fucking billionaire and every elite is in that club. An email to Epstein in 2010 that describes deliberate search engine manipulation to bury reporting on his crimes. They boosted all the other Epsteins to bury any...
Wouldn't that stifle new businesses? To clarify, I'm talking about, large corporations. I'm of the position that like if there's like a new business or like a smaller business, that this wouldn't necessarily have to apply to them. They'd have to treat workers fairly enough to be able to, to be able to compete. But, I'm of the belief that it would, in a way, also benefit small businesses because it wouldn't be enforced on small businesses. It would be, you reach some arbitrary threshold, whatever that's measured by in terms of the largeness of your company, right? However the fuck we measure that, right? It's going to be arbitrary, but whatever it is, then you have to, be, owned by like a worker co-op, right? You can't just have like a CEO hoarding a bunch of wealth. You can't have like, greedy third-party investors, making the decisions that ultimately affect the workers when they literally have no stake in the game other than what makes them money, which is going to be diametrically opposed to what actually benefits the working class, right?
direct searches for his
while these people just sit on their assets and hoard their wealth.
Name plus pedophile. This is clear evidence of coordinated, deceptive reputation control. There's also that video, somebody working for one of the major networks.
Look at what Henry Ford did for his workers. Look at what Jeff Bezos does to his.
So I forget which one it was. Maybe it was ABC, where she talks about how we had this big Epstein story ready to go. We were going to drop it, and then the higher ups came in and destroyed it. And they
human employees. Yeah, I'd be good with like companies being collectively owned by employees, or maybe like a combination of employees and consumers. So like workers could own like, I don't know, say 70%. Consumers could own 30%. Some shit like that. I'd be okay with that too.
crushed it. That is so crazy, bro. So now he somehow has the ability.
Having wealth isn't an indicator that you're a terrible person. It depends on how you use that wealth. And if you're a billionaire and you're a good person, you're not going to be a billionaire for long. Right? Because you're not going to be hoarding your money if you're a good person. Right? You're not going to hoard billions and billions of dollars while there are people that are starving unless you are a bad person. Okay? That's just a fact.
Ability to rig fucking Google to hide negative shit about him, and he had the ability to crush a big story in ABC about him. How about this? The original
Having money and how you use it doesn't determine if you are a good person. It absolutely determines that. It absolutely determines that. Again, if you are a billionaire and you hoard all your wealth while there are people starving that actually need the money, then yes, you are a bad person.
56-page draft federal indictment of Epstein from 2007 is horrific. 32 counts involving 17 minor girls. Yet Alex Acosta
90% tax rate for billionaires. That's a good start, but that's not going to be enough, because the issue with that is billionaires find ways to not pay taxes, right? Rather than having it as like rather than having it be like their fucking income, right? They basically buy a bunch of assets and they hoard their wealth in assets, right? They hoard it in assets and investments, right? That's what they do. So it's a bit more it's a bit more complicated than just like a 90% income tax.
Agreed to drop all of it for a single state level solicitation charge. We can't bring Epstein back, but if I had any say, I'd be turning the screws on Acosta to understand exactly how this was allowed to happen. It's hard to believe he made that decision on his own. There's a story there, and maybe it even explains how 10 years later he ended up as Trump's labor secretary. How does something like that happen? Well, something like that happens because they told him this is above your pay grade and this person's intelligent, so you have to go easy on him. What does a Pornhub introduction mean in this context? Okay, ready? So here we have, the kid couldn't have done bikini wax because hair are too short. Next time, her and Elena's nails, kids will...
You notice how these people, like, can't even fucking speak English properly? Again, powerful but stupid, right? Powerful, evil, but very stupid.
Come to the house straight from Frederick with iPad portfolio. Done with Pornhub introduction.
Hello, Batal Crafter. Good to see you again.
Jesus Christ. They're talking about kids.
There are better critiques of the bourgeoisie than moral judgment. Yeah, but like, if you're a billionaire that hoards all your wealth while people are starving, then like, yeah, you're like a bad person. Because I was responding to somebody that said, well, being a billionaire doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad person. Well, in order to sustain being a billionaire and to consistently hoard that much wealth, yeah, you necessarily have to be a bad person for that. Elon Musk is smart. That's why he's rich. Yeah, it was so high IQ of him to be born into a rich family. That's so true. And to pay people to do all the work for him with the money he was given by his parents. Yo, thank you, Batal Crafter for 10 saying, remember to promote your Streamlabs, girl. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I haven't gotten that many donations this stream anyway. But yeah, chat, remember, if you want to support the stream, if you want to support an independent, small content creator, you know what to do. You can either donate through, super chats, obviously, though YouTube does take 30%. Same thing with, memberships, gifted memberships, get access to some exclusive content. But again, YouTube takes 30% for any of that. If you want me to get all the money and you want to really support me, Streamlabs link is in the pin message, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. You also get longer messages, right? That the maximum character limit for Streamlabs donations is significantly higher than that of super chats, right? I'm pretty sure a $1 super chat won't even let you type a message. Pretty sure you need like $3 for that. So, whereas, you could donate $1 and type a whole paragraph in Streamlabs if you want, right? Yeah, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you're on mobile and can't click it, you could either A, type it manually, it's fairly easy to remember, streamlabs.com/Femyoz, or alternatively, you could click on my channel. The first link in the About section is my Streamlabs link. Now then, yeah, make me a billionaire. See, if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be a billionaire for very long. Because I would just use that money to help other people rather than accumulate more money.
Kids, man. They're talking about kids. In 2023, Carolyn Andriano, the courageous young mother who helped convict Ghislaine Maxwell, was found dead alone in a West Palm Beach hotel. Her death was ruled an overdose, leaving behind 5 children and a mountain of unanswered questions. Yeah, go ahead and put me on the record as not believing that. If you helped convict Ghislaine Maxwell and you wound up dead, I'm going to go with not a suicide. Jeffrey Epstein survivor.
Yeah, very, very interesting how all these people, mysteriously kill themselves in the, so convenient timings that they do. Very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff.
Who testified against Ghislaine Maxwell dies in Florida. Jesus Christ. In 2002, Ghislaine Maxwell's apparent nephew emails her a wish list of actresses he'd like to do nasty things to and ends it with a thank you very much for offering all of these things. What the fuck are we talking about?
All I'm going to say is that the release of the Epstein files gives genuine credence to the notion that maybe, this was like a meme in 2019, but like maybe Epstein didn't fucking kill himself. Like that's like a real possibility. Like I would actually give that some level of credence now. Like that's not like that insane of a position to have. Like it is reasonable to think that at this point.
About here. Hi, Aunt Ghislaine. I hope you are well. I look forward to seeing you. When that might be, however,
if every billionaire gave away their money, it would not fix things. It would certainly help, but the problem is the same. Well, yeah, because it wouldn't necessarily fundamentally alter the system, right? So, right, because obviously, if I woke up as a billionaire tomorrow, right, I'd be spending my money on trying to change the system and also, you know, helping out people that are in need, you know, so that homeless people have food and shelter. You know, I can't imagine just, you know, allowing, you know, millions of people to just starve and be homeless when you have billions of dollars and you're buying yourself a bunch of shit you don't fucking need. Not just shit you don't need. I understand, you know, it's okay to treat yourself every now and again. But like, you know, buying like extremely expensive mansions, all these like extremely expensive fucking cars that you're never gonna fucking drive, you know, all the shit you don't need, you know, buying a fucking yacht. Like, yeah, I mean, it's like at the end of the day, yeah, if you're doing all that and not giving back to society, which is what these people do, yeah, you're a greedy piece of shit.
I'm not sure. I'll email you when I'm able to do something with you. As for my wish list of actresses I'd like to do nasty things to,
the rich were largely responsible for the world wars. They played both sides.
Though not complete, would probably look something like this. Natalie Portman, possibly Jennifer Love Hewitt.
You can't change human nature, sorry. No, but you can change the systems in place that interact with human nature to maximize positive outcomes.
And Denise Richards. As for things I like to do, whether it be in London, New York, New Mexico, or the Caribbean, not quite sure at all, though I will look it up. I will look into it. In New York, besides, see the sights, possibly...
So investing is dumb? I didn't say that.
Some theater or something of that sort. Anyway, I've got to run. Thank you very much for offering all of these things. All these things only add up to the reason I would be there, to see you, your nephew. What the fuck, bro? Why is Eva Dubin trying to persuade Epstein to visit her in 2010 by saying her then 15-year-old daughter and 5 of her friends will be there? She dated Epstein from 1981 to 1990 and is currently married to a hedge fund billionaire. To Jeffrey from Eva Dubin, come and visit next week. Selena will have 5 friends over. I'm at the ranch. So here you have a grown woman saying, I have a 15-year-old daughter and 5 of her friends will be there. Why don't you come visit? Oh my God, bro. What the fuck were these people doing? This is how sick Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators are. I just found this in the Epstein files. This is a very young girl. It makes me nauseous. We need to hold every one of these sickos accountable. We need every email and photo that isn't a victim unredacted. Are you telling me that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton never sent a single email to Jeffrey Epstein? Does anyone really believe that? That's exactly right. He's exactly right. All right, watch this one. This is terrible. Clearly, this is a recording of a young kid in the shower, right? In a bathtub. Jesus Christ. Not enough people are...
You probably never managed 100K, let alone $1 billion? Correct.
...talking about Bannon's house that was used by people to film porn, where witnesses saw kids going in and out, and a bathroom was ruined by some kind of acid in the bathtub. From 2017, Esquire...
Epstein is alive. He never died. I told people this, and just like Diddy, he's not in jail. These are assets that are actually too connected to be murdered. I think you're overstating the importance of Jeffrey Epstein in particular. He's not a particularly unique pedophile billionaire. There are other pedophile billionaires out there that are just like him, right? They just haven't been exposed. Now, I mean, a lot of them have been exposed now because they were, you know, very much so associated with Epstein. So, you know, there's that. But
magazine. Why was Steve Bannon's hot tub allegedly filled with acid? By Peter Wade. Steve Bannon...
Yet you think you'd successfully manage $1 billion? Depends on your definition of successfully. I'm saying what I would do if I had billions of dollars. If I was a billionaire, right? I might not be the best at managing that money, but I would at least try to do good things, right? I'd be like, okay, try to change the system in favor of one that doesn't allow billionaires to exist. And I'm also going to, you know, donate to a bunch of homeless people so that they can have food and shelter. Right? All like, if I was like a billionaire all of a sudden, like if I woke up as a billionaire, like I would keep just enough to know that I can live comfortably. Right? Hell, maybe like, I don't know. Like I would keep like, I don't know, 100K a year for myself, let's say. Okay. The rest of the money isn't mine. The rest of the money that would be there would be used to benefit society. Okay? That's how I would view that. It's like I'm set for life. Now I can focus on society. Okay? I don't think that's dumb as fuck. It just means I have different priorities. You don't make 100K loser? I know. I'm aware of that. Do you not know how a hypothetical works? Not saying he's important, but he is important. But he's not as important as some people are saying. He's not unique is what I'm saying. He's important, but he's not unique. Okay? There are plenty of pedophile billionaires that are just like him.
Bannon's porn and meth house. You have no idea what kind of evil stuff went on. What the fuck? When award-winning underwater cinematographer Lawrence Curtis moved into the lush Coconut Grove neighborhood of Miami, he had no idea that the house he was renting would become a national story. But that's because he didn't know the prior tenant was Steve Bannon, advisor to Donald Trump's presidential campaign, now the chief strategist in the White House. Steve Bannon said, remember this one? As God is my witness, if we lose the midterms, we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included. Myself included. What the fuck? And we know he was so close with Epstein. He was probably one of the closest people with Epstein towards the end of Epstein's life. And he was invested in clearing his name. He was part of all of this dirt, all of this disgusting stuff. And now, ironically, he fucking virtue signals like he's leading the charge against Epstein. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Epstein confirms Trump knew about his activities and hints at Trump's Russian money laundering.
Why are any of you defending the people that don't care about us? You are an asset. You are a soldier. You are a cog in the wheel. True.
Worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it.
Yeah, like, 75 IQ MAGA retard. Try not to defend billionaires challenge. Impossible.
And came to my house many times during that period. The testimony of houseman John Alessi confirmed it. So in this email here, what Epstein does is he goes into a dispute that
Based utilitarian take. True.
him and Trump had over a property that Epstein was going to buy, and Trump basically swooped in and bought
Allowing billionaires to exist is irresponsible. It's like allowing a tumor to fester. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That is true.
it out from underneath him, right? And of course, Epstein thought that was scummy. And what Epstein describes is, it doesn't make sense how it wound up happening, because he bought it for a low number, and then he sold it for almost double the amount it was during the height of the Great Recession. And the guy who bought it is Russian. And so basically, according to Epstein, Trump was like dead broke, no money, bought this thing, then the Russians come in and pay double for it. And really, according to Epstein, this was effectively money laundering for Russian criminals. That's what Trump was doing here. Look at this. Trump sells Florida house to Russian. In 2008, Donald Trump sold the Mansion de l'Amitié mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, to Russian billionaire Dmitry Rybolovlev. That's a hard one to say. For $95 million.
And for the record, this is exactly why, MAGA became, pro-Russia for seemingly no reason, right? It doesn't make any sense. Because like conservatives were, generally anti-Russian, right? They were generally very anti-Russian, right? But because Trump was, let's just say, I don't think I need to say anything.
Significant markup from the $41.35 million he paid.
Yeah, he's a Russian ass.
In 2004. So bought it for $41 million, sold it for $95 million, way above the market price, especially at that point. The sale occurring amid the financial crisis.
Trump and Putin hate each other. They do not.
Attracted.
They work in tandem with each other. Well, maybe interpersonally, sure, maybe. But in terms of how they operate, they don't operate like they hate each other.
Due to the high price and the buyer's nationality. The property, located at 515 North County Road, the 6.3-acre oceanfront estate, featured a mansion known as Maison de l'Ami.
Putin said he wanted Kamala to win. First of all, I don't even know if that's true. Second of all, politicians lie all the time. If you actually look at whose policies, are Putin's policies more aligned with Trump's or Kamala Harris's? Whose policies are more aligned with Putin? It's obviously Trump's. Okay? Trump's policies are way more similar to Putin's.
the buyer, Dmitry Rybolovlev, a Russian fertilizer magnate, purchased the property, though it was initially held under a limited liability company. The transaction value: Trump purchased the property for $41 million in 2004, sold for $95 million in 2008, sometimes cited as $100 million deal, including closing costs. Rybolovlev never lived in the house. He never lived in it, demolished it in 2016, and subdivided the land into 3 separate lots. So he bought it in 2008, and he didn't do anything
Yeah, sure. That doesn't mean they like each other. That's fair.
with it until fucking 2016.
That's fair. They work in tandem, is what I'm saying.
This was a money laundering scheme, and that guy's a fucking oligarch. He's not just a fertilizer magnate. He was involved in fucking organized crime. All right, more. Trump money laundering. Allegations and reports have consistently surrounded Donald Trump and the Trump Organization regarding potential money laundering, often focusing on international real estate, casino compliance, and more recently, cryptocurrency ventures. Reports have indicated that
Hitler and Stalin lined, yet what happened? Yeah, so not all authoritarian leaders are Hitler or Stalin.
properties like the Trump Ocean Club in Panama.
And the material, like, if we're talking about, like, okay, you know, there were this different set of circumstances, different material conditions, different, not necessarily different motives entirely, but like we're talking about a completely different landscape. Like, yeah, things are going to pan out differently, right?
Were used to launder money for criminal actors, while the Trump Taj Mahal casino was fined for willful violations of anti-money laundering regulations. Jesus Christ. The Panama property investigation. A global witness investigation suggested that the Trump Ocean Club in Panama was utilized by criminal networks to launder money, with accusations that Trump benefited from these transactions.
You know what Kamala was famous before being the vice president? Bro, I don't care. Yeah, she was like also like a shitty person. She's like not as bad as Trump. I feel like that goes without saying.
Actions. Casino fines. In 2015, the Financial
Yes, we're watching Kyle Kulinski
Crimes
right now.
Enforcement Network fined the Trump Taj Mahal $10 million for repeated willful violations of the Bank Secrecy Act, including failures to report suspicious activities. Crypto ventures. The U.S. House Judiciary Committee Democrats reported that the Trump family's cryptocurrency venture in 2025 attracted investment from foreign entities, and that the administration intervened to halt investigations into related firms. And then this goes on from here. But the point is, he was involved in money laundering. And this is something Epstein was talking about in an email in the Epstein files that just came out. So yet another crime that Trump is guilty of. He was investigated with 91 crimes, charged with 91 crimes, convicted on 34 of them. Some of them got axed because he became president. But Epstein himself was going, yeah, this motherfucker was doing money laundering. So another thing, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to investigate here. So
Yes, exactly. Don't believe your lying eyes,
sorry,
everyone.
but it's not a crime.
Trump is totally innocent. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Party with Epstein. Motherfucker, do you think we were born yesterday? Do you think we were born yesterday? Nah, man. I said it before. I'm going to say it again. What we learned from the Epstein files, a shadow government of moneyed interests really runs the world. It's a cabal of pedophile, rapist, billionaire sadists. And
True.
the extreme wealth has rotted their souls. They have no conscience. They have no morality. They have no ethics. Okay?
Facts.
They're involved in rape. They're involved in torture. They're involved in murder. They're involved in satanic shit. Okay?
I think we need rich people, but not to the extent we have now. Guess it depends on your definition of rich. But sure, maybe. Maybe. I'm fine with some millionaires, for instance. Yeah, I think that should be like, yeah, there shouldn't be nearly as many.
It's one big club, and we ain't in it. But right now, they think of themselves as above the law. But now all this stuff is coming to light. We have to make it be the case that they are not above the law. All these motherfuckers need to be locked up. I need to hear this from every single media outlet. I need to hear this from every single Democrat. And we should fucking smack around the Republicans, metaphorically speaking, until they fucking snap out of it. And also we're saying, what are we doing here? These people, we need accountability. We need justice.
But what if it doesn't work? What if yelling at the people that control the system or are controlled by the system doesn't do anything? What do we do then? Like, what's the next step from there? Because there's a good chance that these people won't be held accountable. And if they aren't, like, what do we do next? Like, do we just, like, move on? Or do we actually do something to fight back? Because the problem's only going to continue to get worse.
We're not even going to protect children? Which, by the way, somebody had a devastating post the other day where they said, it's not a surprise that the country that looks away as children get mass murdered and mass shootings on a regular basis, that same country is the same one that looks away when there's a mass pedophile scandal.
Correct. It's like, Yeah, let's hyperfixate on Charlie Kirk's death. You know, let's hyperfixate on that. But don't talk about school shootings and don't talk about the Epstein files. There is a reason why right-wingers seem to be avoiding the Epstein files like a plague, okay? A lot of right-wing grifters are avoiding the Epstein files like a plague, okay? Yet these are the same people that were hyper-fixated on Charlie Kirk and him getting assassinated or whatever. There is a reason for this. All of this fucking discourse is manufactured. Okay, the biggest story should be the Epstein files being released, Trump being proven guilty, etc. Not that he wasn't proven guilty before, but proven even more guilty. Proven even more guilty. I didn't say Charlie Kirk getting assassinated was manufactured. I said that the discourse surrounding it, especially like initially, was very much so manufactured. Right? But I don't think that it was like staged or anything. I don't think he was assassinated by the Mossad or anything like that. I don't believe that shit. But what I do believe is that the people in power saw an opportunity with this assassination to make this guy a martyr, right? So that's what they fixated on until everyone made it into a meme and realized how unserious it was. So, yeah.
Like, basically the top 0.01% are all pedophile rapists, and we all, sit here and act like there's nothing happening. No.
True.
Oh, it's unacceptable. We got to fight back. We got to wake up. Again, the more this Epstein stuff comes out, the more I'll cover it. But man, this world will never be the same with what we're learning as a result of these files. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't disagree with that. Yeah, obviously there was a reason that Trump was pushing to not release the files, right? Now that's a very pedophilic thing for him to have as a position, to say the very least. Oh, man. Oh. Anyways, I am out Epsteined for the day, okay? I'm very much so. Oh, I'm zoning out. Oh, I'm zoning out. You know what? Do we do more? You didn't care about the files under Obama either? I didn't know about the files under Obama. I was like a small child. What are we talking about? Like I'm gonna be real. I didn't know anything about politics when Obama was in office. I was, I would have been like starting to learn algebra. Yeah, like, what are we talking about? I was focused on basic algebraic equations. By the time he was out of office, I guess. Yeah, I would have been. Yeah, because because in 2016 I would have been like 11 or 12, I think. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, why weren't you fighting the Nazis during World War II, Femyoz? Well, because I didn't exist back then. Like, what the fuck are we saying? I want Bernie. Yeah, fair. I guess I just have to start adding people. I just think this comment section wants to have morals, but doesn't want to accept that larger groups would want something different and that they don't understand why they aren't being agreed with morally. Maybe. I'm not sure necessarily what you mean by that, though. Take a peek at active r/, I don't know what activate measures is. There's something to cover on stream or something. Anyways, what do you mean she looked great a few months ago too? Wait, what? I'm confused. You deserve a good zone out? Yeah. It's like, having to cover something serious for multiple hours at once. is kind of wild. Kind of wild. Calling someone a PDF file doesn't make it true until there's evidence. Well, lucky for you, there is plenty of evidence. We just went over it. There's even more evidence, okay? I highly recommend watching Kyle Kulinski's coverage of this, okay? His channel is SecularTalk, okay? This is the video that we watched. There's way more than just this, okay? And tomorrow we're going to be talking about the Epstein files just changed the world forever, which is another video that they made, okay? Actually, that video was before this one, I think. Yeah. So there's gonna be some stuff there, and yeah. Let's see. 2/3 are against society progressing unless it's progress for their moral epicenter. Yeah, I mean, you have to like appeal to multiple different variables societally, right? You have to appeal to people's moral intuitions. You have to appeal to people's more self-centered intuitions. Yeah, I'd like to think that you have to appeal to people's intellectual intuitions, but sadly, it seems like you don't. I'd like that to be different, but, it's like I would be less rhetorically effective if I hyperfixated on, like, the really small nitty-gritty stuff, okay? It's like, I don't like having to be, like, kind of broad. I mean, I guess I'm fine with it, but I said the whole time watching the video, really, you were here for all 2.5 hours of the stream where we watched the video, which included a shit ton of evidence. What are we talking about? You are just factually incorrect. What are you saying? Anyways. Someone is denying Trump's power to release the files, but the DOJ literally answers to him. Not only that, but the mega bitch Pam Bondi has been in Trump's pocket for years. Yeah. The best thing you can do is focus on the small things like your family and community. Yeah, but those aren't mutually exclusive. You can focus on big and small things. I think that's going to give you the most accurate picture, right? Of the small things that matter and the big things that matter. Right? I don't know. Maybe that's like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being cringe. Couldn't tell you. At a 45-minute break crocheting, I get it though. Yeah. Honestly, fair. Show me the evidence right now. Not just a video of name calling, but like we went over a video that had like a shit ton of evidence in it. I don't have the timestamps with the evidence memorized. You could even watch the video on your own if you want. Or you could go through the Epstein files yourself. Anyways. Wasn't evidence. See, nothing to you is evidence. Nothing to you is evidence. There could be, like, you could see a video of Trump raping a child and you'd be like, there's not enough evidence. What if it was AI? Anyways. Are you on any SSRIs? No. I'm on antidepressants, but they're not SSRIs. I think they're, what are they called? SNRIs? Where it's like they're kind of similar, but they're different / a bit better. Real movements start locally. Yeah, that's fair. It's a whole problem. We are flooded with bullshit constantly. Yeah, it's like hard to talk about politics. There's just like so much shit. There's just so much shit happening. So everyone is completely desensitized to it. Oh, another person was murdered by ICE. Oh, people's rights are being stripped away. Oh, it's just another day where, Trump is a pedophile. Thanks for the stream, Femyoz. I'll have to catch the archive later. Hope you get some good rest and hydration. Thank you. You too. Anyways. Anyone who denies evidence cannot be convinced from my own experience. Yeah, it's like, don't believe your lying eyes. All right, don't believe your lying eyes, everyone. Ignore the evidence that was in front of you. Anyways. Gets can spam chat with trans hate, but every comment I made about the files got blocked. Oh, is YouTube blocking comments about it? That's crazy. That's crazy. Interesting, interesting. The whole point of the file drop is to flood us with information and purge the remaining survivors like me. What? I do think that, like, in terms of how and this is something I touched on at the beginning of the stream, right? Something I touched on at the beginning of the stream is they deliberately made it as difficult to sift through as possible, right? Like, if we search Epstein files on Google, I'll do it again for anyone that wasn't there, okay? We go to Epstein library. Yes, I'm over 18. Okay? And let's say you go here, you search Trump, okay? No titles. You have no idea what you're clicking on, right? If I click on the first one, which I'm gonna full screen so that Adobe Acrobat doesn't like have my fucking emails pop up. Hold on. Oh, I guess it doesn't do that anymore. Maybe. It did it earlier. So, which I full screen for. It's like, okay, so this is the first one. Trump making a nice move. And then it's just this. So it's like, you have no idea. So most of it is going to be garbage like this. Right? Where it's like, yeah, they deliberately made it as obnoxious and difficult to sift through as possible. There is no better way to sift through it on that website. Thankfully, there are sites like jmail.world, okay, that you can go through. So it's this site, jmail.world, where you can go through Jeffrey Epstein's emails that have been archived. All the emails he's been sent, all of the emails he sent to others, right? You have some contacts, you know, all of his good friends over here in the bottom left. Yeah. So there's going to be sites like that. And yeah. That seems really suspicious to remove that. Yeah, it's like, why, you know, if Trump is innocent, why are they trying so fucking hard to redact everything, to remove as much as they can? Like, what they're doing is literally illegal. It is literally illegal. What are we going to do about it? We can't rely on the same people who rape children to put themselves in prison. That is my point. That is my point exactly. The problem is the system itself that allows these people to be in positions of power. By presupposing the correctness of the system, well, anyone that does so is fundamentally opposed to the idea of doing anything to fix this. Because you're right. The system does allow for this. The system has been bought out by wealthy, billionaire, pedophile elites. That's just a fact, and that's just a byproduct of capitalism. We need a different system that will actually benefit the average person. That won't make the fucking cost of living fucking $800 trillion per house, okay? I think you get what I'm trying to say here. Anyways. Sounds to me like Trump wants to put Hillary, Bill, and a bunch of Dems in jail. He's been saying it for years. He should be putting himself in jail because he was the one that was best friends with Epstein and is provably a pedophile. Anyways, the system is its own thing. At this point, the system runs us. Yeah, but the system isn't some like nebulous system. Like there are people that run the system. We have to remember, while it is the case that these people have a hugely disproportionate amount of power over us, while it is the case that we are subject to their oppression, you have to remember There's a lot more of us than there are of them. Again, there is a reason why discourse is manufactured. Okay, they want us to focus on, they create, bullshit right-wing culture war talking points. Why do they do that? Because it keeps us distracted. It keeps us fighting each other. Hope that makes sense. They aren't even people now, they're monsters. Yes, but when I'm saying that, when I say they're quote unquote people, I'm saying it in the sense that it's not like some fucking, nebulous, amoral force that just so happens to exist and we get fucked over by it, right? Like there are evil people that run this system. Anyways. Capitalism is now based on the blood of children, all right? The government is made up of people like Elon, Trump, Gates, etc. Yep. Billionaires, the politicians, the bureaucrats, they are not people running capitalism. They are subject to it as well, and they are agents of it. Yes. But they are exploiting the system in a way, which means that there's something wrong with the system. Because if you remove them, somebody will replace them inevitably. Remove Jeffrey Epstein, there will be some other billionaire pedophile that'll take his place. Nothing changes. Because you're right. The system is fucked. And while it is true that, billionaire pedophiles are, technically subject to the system, they're the ones who control it by keeping it the same. They're the ones who are in control of society because of the system. Anyways, it's all rigged in their favor, which makes it impossible for us to compete. It makes it impossible for us to compete through conventional means. But, we have to keep in mind, this country was founded on a revolution, right? This whole country, the original concept behind it was, we don't want to be oppressed by this shitty ass government, taxing us without representation. So, and doing all this fucking bullshit. So they did a revolution and they created a new system. It was a lot better than the old one. Okay? Now, do I think a revolution could happen today? Not the same way that it used to happen. Not the same way it used to happen. But I'd like to think that in the future there could be that kind of change or that amount of change. I think it's more accurate to say that the system controls them, but that removes the autonomy that they have and the amount of control that they have. The system doesn't make them fuck kids. The system doesn't make them hoard wealth. They choose to do that. And while they are influenced by the system, the fact of the matter is, there's always going to be some number of people that are fucking evil in positions of power, right? So we ought to minimize said positions of power that evil people can sort of end up in, So, again, great example of this is, if you have a shitty president of a country, let's say of a democratic country, where there's like some amount of checks and balances, that's bad. That's definitely very bad. Okay? But it's not as bad as if, say, for instance, there's another country where there's just a dictator with no checks and balances. So an example of this would be Kim Jong-un, right? So it's significantly worse, right? But no matter what, they're going to be shitty people that are in positions of power, right? Because some people are greedy. And granted, they in a way, they are incentivized to be. So you could say that the system influences them in that way. But but the thing is, right? that is fundamentally an issue with the system itself. Marx makes it clear that capitalism personal. I believe it's both. I believe it depends on the scope at which you're looking at things. I wouldn't say it's entirely impersonal, right? For instance, if everyone was a good person, capitalism potentially could work, right? If everyone was motivated to help society, capitalism could work, okay? Not everyone is motivated to do that. Okay? So clearly, it doesn't work, right? We see that. We see that people exploit others to get to the top because people are greedy, right? So it's a combination. It's the system that enables that / promotes it, and it's the people that have the desire to do it in the first place. Now you could say, well, that desire doesn't come from nowhere. Sometimes that's true. But I don't think that I don't think that, like, say, for instance, a socialist utopia would negate the existence of bad people. It would simply diminish their power. Does that make sense? What do they do when the rate of profit falls? That just because of evil? Depends on the outcomes of the action. Everyone being good doesn't prevent the rate of profit from falling? Correct. But not everything would necessarily be to maximize profit, I guess. No one would be like thinking exclusively about profit. No one would be thinking exclusively about profit and nothing else if everyone was a good person, right? But again, you can't change everyone. You can't change the fact that there are bad people in society that will do anything they can to get to the top. You can't change that fact. What you can change is the system, right? No matter what, there will be shitty people that will find their way to the top of the system because they want power. But that's not just a critique of those people. It's a critique of the system itself because it allows for those people to rise to power. I hope that makes sense. Look, I think it's more complicated than saying that, like, you know, it's purely personal versus not personal at all. I think there's a little bit more nuance there. Talking about a capitalist system, and the profit does matter quite a bit because the profit falls, everything goes bad. Yeah, you have a point. You have a point. I would still hold the position that, like, in many cases, it is personal. Like, I do believe that billionaires are fucking evil. I'm sorry. I'll say it. Like, in order to be in that position of power where you have that much wealth and you're hoarding that wealth, well, there are people that are starving, millions of people that are starving. You don't do anything to help them. You just keep hoarding your wealth. You are a bad person. Right? That doesn't contradict the notion that the system is at fault, right? Bad people can exist within and worsen a bad system. What about Batman? Yeah, what about a fictional character? Anyways. I think billionaires are evil too, but the moral argument doesn't go very far. Everyone has their own moral convictions. Yeah, but I think that it's generally going to be the case that, like, you know, most people don't want to be exploited for their labor. You know, most people do like freedom, right? So if I present it as what it is, which is the freedom maximizing position to, you know, be in favor of things like, you know, market socialism, being anti-billionaire, etc., I think it's fairly straightforward. I mean, we see that the system isn't working. Most people don't want freedom. They have to take care of themselves then. I don't necessarily think that's true. If nothing else, I think that most people at least like the idea of freedom. You know, even if they're like brainwashed into, you know, supporting an authoritarian like Trump. I think that people, on average, at least in this country, generally think that they are in favor of freedom. Okay? Find socialist the way you see it, please. So I'm a market socialist. So I'm in favor of retaining most markets. There's going to be some exceptions. I'm in favor of decommodifying, you know, maybe like the pharmaceutical industry and shit like that. But in terms of, but the main thing that would be the focus, at least for me, would be collective ownership over the means of production. So, obviously, that's gonna be, you know, workers being able to elect their CEOs, their managers, etc. I feel like that goes without saying. It could be the case that like, there's like some somewhat arbitrarily defined percentage is owned by workers, some other percentage owned by consumers, right? Maybe like 70% owned by the workers, right? 30% consumers. I feel like something like that could go a long way in terms of the actual policies that I'm in favor of, right? I think that a good start would be heavily subsidizing worker cooperatives. I think that'd be a really good start. And obviously having like a really strong social wealth fund. But that would just be like, you know, the sort of the start. Like, you know, how do we start to get there? So you do believe in commodity production under socialism? I'm a market socialist, so kind of, but there's some things that I would decommodify, to be fair. I just don't really talk about it. And I see market socialism as just like, you know, more, I guess, viable in the not somewhat near future, but I don't know, it seems like it's more actionable to get there rather than to get like, you know, to get to fucking a full-on communist utopia. But I'd want to get to like, you know, somewhere around market socialism first, and then we could start talking about going further than that. Does that make sense? But free market capitalism and regulations on growth and assets. I don't think that would solve the issue. I mean, we already have a shit ton of regulations, and you know, rich people find a way to bypass them, right? Because the system itself encourages it. Because at the end of the day, they're never going to be held accountable. They're like, who's going to hold them accountable when they could just be bought off, right? Rich people just buy other people off so that they don't have to be facing any form of accountability. So the problem is government in general? No, I'm not saying there should be no government at all. What are we talking about? There's nothing to do with the government aside from the fact that the government is bought out by rich people. Right? Again, there's going to be a reason why, you know, that the Democrats and Republicans almost unanimously support Israel. Why are they all Zionists? This doesn't reflect what the, you know, actual American population believes. It doesn't make any sense unless you factor in things like, oh, I don't know, corporate lobbying or lobbying in general, right? Okay, well, that explains why there's shit like that. I honestly think that market socialism is just capitalism. I view it as like a better form of capitalism. I mean, I don't know if you view it as capitalism, if you categorize it that way, I think that's like fair, but I feel like we're just like splitting hairs over definitions, so it doesn't really matter. Because like we both know what I'm talking about when I say market socialism. And again, I'm not like necessarily opposed to going further than market socialism, right? I'm just like not going to argue. Like, I'm not going to bother like trying to argue like in favor of like, you know, shit further than socialism, simply from the standpoint of market socialism is just like the next step. Okay, that's what we need to focus on. Okay, how do we get there? Someone would call that libertarian. I'm a like a very left-leaning libertarian, right? But which is sad because I wish that my position was like, you know, I do wish that you know, market socialism was like a centrist position. That'd be pretty epic. It'd be pretty based, but yeah, or like a center left position, but unfortunately in this society it's considered far left. Yeah, you're crossing over a bit, eh? What do you mean? We'll one day own percentages of companies that are run by AI robots, and then we will receive that as our base income. Yeah, that only works if we don't live under a capitalistic society. The only people that own the companies will have voting rights. Oh, interesting. That could be the case. That's possible. It could pan out that way. I'm not sure. Because you have to keep in mind that, like, yeah, once we're, like, completely replaced by AI, like, if we live under capitalism, we're just, like, fucked, right? Because, you know, rich people don't have a use for us anymore, right? They don't give a fuck about us, right? Because they're selfish. So we basically get nothing. We starve. Because they're going to be the ones that are owning all of the AI, and you better believe that all of the AI is just going to be, you know, used to better their lives exclusively, no matter how good their lives are. Right? I think that goes without saying. In fact, it might, you know, get bad enough to a point where I don't know. The class disparity at that point might be so great that you end up with two different types of human, right? Two different evolutionary paths. I didn't think about that part until recently. So, yeah. That's kind of a fucked up thought. Because it's almost going to be like, because the disconnect between the rich and the poor is going to be so great at that point where, you know, and like, again, that's like assuming it's like a stable system that lasts for like a really long time, right? Assuming it lasts for like a really long time, long enough for us to evolve, right? You're gonna notice a lot of differences. Anyways. Concept of wealth for wealth's sake is like Lord of the Rings, the one ring to rule them all. We think we can handle it, but in the end, it will consume us all. Maybe. I do believe that if I was, you know, I don't know. If I was like the daughter of like a billionaire, I would definitely be like a worse person. You know? Just due to material conditions. Right? So in that sense, you could say it's not necessarily a personal thing, right? I do believe that it is personal to an extent, though, right? Because even if it's the case that you're shaped by your material conditions, that doesn't remove accountability. Like, you can become a bad person because of your conditions that you grew up in, but that doesn't mean you're not a bad person. You still would be, even if you're incentivized to be. I don't like the term socialism at all, TBH. It's been watered down awfully. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the reason I say I'm a market socialist is just like the best descriptor of what I'm in favor of. And then I'm like, yeah, but like think of it's not what you think. It's not the government owned stuff. It's not any of that. It's literally just capitalism, but better. It's just it's democracy plus, super democracy, if you will. Right. And I also dispel the notion that obviously like a lot of people believe socialism is when the government owns stuff. I dispel that. All right. So people have been brainwashed by Red Scare propaganda. And I think it's useful to deprogram people from that. Right. So, anyways. We've described as more I can't even fucking pronounce. You know what I'm trying to get at. Seems like capitalism with better welfare and services. No, because the key distinction is where the ownership of like where does the ownership lie? Right? So there'd still be markets, but like who owns the means of production? Right? It's gonna be workers. Maybe like consumers to a smaller extent. Right? It's going to be primarily workers that would own the means of production. And that's sort of the main thing that I'd be in favor of, right? I'd be in favor of starting it out by heavily subsidizing worker cooperatives, but I'd want to go further than that, right? That's just like the first policy that would help us get closer, right? But I don't think that would necessarily be enough. I think that there would need to be like a law that says, you know, if you own a company, like once it reaches this amount of arbitrarily defined largeness, it needs to, like the ownership needs to be dispersed. It needs to be more collectivized, if you will. Your point doesn't come from a place of concern. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. I was going to say, what? I think you could get this done in a capitalist society. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's like kind of like what I'm hoping for. But I've become a little bit skeptical of that, even though, because the system is so bad at this point, where I don't know if we would be able to, within any time, within our lifetimes, even be able to pass anything like that. I'd like to think that, passing some legislation, would help, but I don't know. It's like if that can't even get passed because the system itself prevents it, because the people that are in positions of power due to their wealth are paying people to not support it. It's like, how do we go from there? But I also think it's easier to sell market socialism to like the average person. This is more familiar. It's like, oh, it's like what I'm used to, but like better. It's like what I'm used to, but like I have more of a say. I have more power. I'm not getting fucked over. I'm not being used. The system accounts for me. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe the only way forward is through a revolution, but I don't know. It's like how, like, if we were to do a revolution, how would we reasonably do that? I feel like that's even less realistic. Like, what do we even do? I don't know. It's difficult. Even with social ownership, disparities in power can emerge, leading to elite control over decision-making processes. This can undermine the democratic intent of market socialism. Yeah, but I would say it's like, it would be more akin. Interesting. Social ownership, disparities in power can emerge. Because my problem isn't necessarily disparities in power in of itself. Like, I don't think that there should, like if there's like a little bit of a power disparity, like a person has slightly more power than another person, I don't really think that's a huge issue, right? I'm more so focused on getting rid of the extreme disparities in power that we see today. I wouldn't be too fixated on minute power imbalances. And I'm not saying that you would be necessarily. And that's why I'm saying, like, okay, let's get to market socialism first and then go from there. The reason for that is I'd have to see how it plays out. I'd have to see how it plays out to be like, okay, like this is good enough, or okay, we should go further. Like there's still, it's better than it was before, but there's still like, too much power imbalance where, this is something that causes harm, right? And also democracy is prone to panic buying and fear. Yes, democracy isn't perfect, but like, I don't know who else should be like, or how else you would make certain decisions like that. Like, how else are you meant to determine who is in positions of power? Because in reality, what we as people do, at least theoretically in a democracy, the whole point is that people are delegating power to somebody that they are collectively choosing is a good person to be in charge, right? Right? Because not everyone can manage a government. Not everyone wants to do that. Different people are going to want to do different things with their lives, right? So it's like, okay, I'll put that sort of pressure, I'll put that on somebody that is willing to do it, somebody that would be a good leader, etc. That's sort of the idea behind it, is it's a delegation of power, and that person that's in the quote-unquote position of power is really serving the people that delegated the power in the first place. Now, this isn't how it works in reality, in our society, but a big component for that. One of the reasons why I think market socialism would very much so heavily mitigate this. That's not just because politicians are corrupt. It's you have to take into account, why are politicians corrupt? Why are they all corrupt? Okay, it's going to be because of, well, they're being bought out. I think that goes without saying. We have to take into account other countries who wouldn't follow, and then you leave yourself open as a country. In what way? In what way? Money shouldn't exist. I don't necessarily believe that. I think it just needs to exist in a different way. Yeah, APAC. Yeah. We were all thinking it. Socialism is extremely corrupt and a major imbalance of power. No, it'd actually be the opposite. If we're talking about libertarian socialism, no, it would not be an imbalance of power. You just have like, and what I'm advocating for, which is market socialism, the average person would have way more power, right? Because who has power over us? Corporations. We ought to have a say. Who is in said positions of power? Okay? We ought to be the ones delegating power to them rather than, them just having power whether we'd like it or not, right? Fundamentally, what I'm advocating for is a maximization of individual freedom. That's a Marxist idea. Socialism wouldn't work without a worldwide movement. I don't necessarily believe that's true. I don't believe that's true. I would, then again, I'd need to read Marx, to be honest. Like most shit that I've read is, like small excerpts, or, me just like looking up like, what is this? What is such and such? Like, what are different systems? Read a fucking Wikipedia article, and I'm like, okay, that's the general gist. That's usually what I'll do, is I'll read a fucking Wikipedia article. That's how I know, like, okay, that's what this is. And yeah. So. Socialism wouldn't work without a worldwide movement. This would be, but this would, because it's still capitalism. You could probably do it in all honesty. Interesting. Yeah, because I do think, because I've been saying that, like, some level of a market economy needs to be retained in this current society, right? Because I have said that communism wouldn't be able to work today. It'd be able to work in the distant future when jobs are all automated by AI, because in that case, we ought to collectively own the AI, right? And there's no reason why there should be any wealth inequality in that case. Because you absolutely can't make the argument that, oh, well, it's because some members of society are more productive than others, right? You can't make that argument anymore. So communism would be the necessary conclusion to that for a functional society in the future. And I've said this. But I think today it wouldn't be viable. I think that there does need to be some sort of market economy, right? Maybe decommodify, like, housing and and the pharmaceutical industry, but retain everything else market wise. If you put Marx's ideas together, you don't arrive at Marxism. Well, I'm not a Marxist. I wouldn't classify myself as one. But did you read Marx? Anyways, move to Russia. Why would I move to a shithole country that's also capitalist but like more authoritarian than this one? What are we talking about? What? Are you stupid? Russia hasn't been communist since the 90s. Yeah, you should at least know that. Now, my position is that Russia was never communist. The USSR was state capitalist, actually. Because in the case of the USSR, nothing was collectively owned. It was state owned, right? There's a distinction, right? If something is state owned, that's not communism, right? Anyways, there isn't a country in the world that isn't capitalist. Yeah, sounds about right. I was trying to think, oh, maybe there's like some shithole that's like feudalist or some fucking shit like that. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I don't know. But yeah, I think that the in terms of what countries have the best economic systems, it's going to be the Nordic countries. I feel like that goes without saying, right? It's very obviously the case that they have way better economic systems than the rest of us. So I'd like to go a bit further than that. See where it goes. We already know that, that's a system that works better than what we have. But I'm of the belief that market socialism would be even better than that. Right? I think there's like a spectrum of like how good you can make the system. Okay. So we know that, like, okay, if we live in in the style of mixed economy system that, some Nordic countries have, that would significantly improve our lives. Like, it's just like objectively the case. You can, look at any statistics of, people's quality of living over there, their level of happiness, etc. Okay. You can look at any of those things, any of those variables. Yeah, I would presume that market socialism would be like just that, but at a greater scale. I think it's achievable. Not something that I'd personally be able to achieve, but I think it's achievable if enough people want to make it happen. If universal healthcare is so bad, then why are so many European countries' economies doing comparatively better than the US right now? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They weigh higher taxes, and we do. Are you trying to say, oh, they have higher taxes? Yeah, they also have higher qualities of living. They have higher standards of living there. There's a reason for that. Okay. Anyways. I'm probably gonna end stream in a minute. But yeah, I've had a good time. How late is it? It is 10:45. I could go for another 15 minutes or longer. Actually, to be fair, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I could. I have no idea. Do I keep going? Rate Karl Marx on terms of looks maxing? No. I'm bored of looks maxing. I don't care about it anymore. I'm just gonna like in terms of like as a topic, it's very boring. I already know what I want to do surgery wise and looks wise going forward. So I don't need to fixate on it anymore. So I'm like purely bored of that topic because there's nothing new I can really learn. It's all just like a bunch of garbage for the most part, and then it's like a few useful things. But I learned the useful things, and like now I'm just like, okay, yeah. Most of these people are retarded. So I guess I just viewed looks maxing as like a means to an end. I mean, you look amazing right now. Well, thank you. I disagree. Privatization of healthcare should be eliminated? Absolutely. You just make lobbying legal, but you have to be public about it. All of a sudden, you'll see massive profit. The government, as companies fight for control, people heavily influence them. Why would you want lobbying to be legal in the first place, though? What would be the harm in lobbying not being legal? I don't see what the harm would be. Good on you for using the retard word. It's not dead. Yeah, I mean, I would be classified as dark woke, but I've been like this since, like, way before it was as common as it is now. Like, I was, like... It's, like, weird because, you know, in 2022, 2023-ish, you know, I was, like, leaning heavy into, like, yeah, I'm, like, far left and, like, also extremely edgy. I was probably edgier then than I am now. I don't think saying retard is edgy, for the record. I think that's, like, fairly mundane. You know, I've said way crazier shit than the word retard. Yeah. Let's see. How would the small... It has nothing to do with whether or not they wear small hats and everything to do with whether or not they possess capital. Yeah, saying glory to Israel is much edgier. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I want to, like... Which, I mean, like, that's the thing is, like... There's always been, like, not a disconnect between my humor and my politics. But, like, I've viewed these things as separate. So, like, I might, like, ironically say, like... Glory to Israel. Praise Netanyahu, or some shit like that, right? I might ironically say some shit like that, right? But it's only funny because it's retarded and contrarian. Like, if it wasn't contrarian and retarded, then it wouldn't be funny, right? What the fuck kind of comment is that? The context was we were doing a raid. Okay, we were like, I was like, we were watching this other streamer. Some of my chatters were going there, and I was like, yo, and I would like, I would encourage people to send certain messages. I'd be like, yo, start sending Ace of Spade emojis and talking about BBC. Okay, now start being like, you know, huge Israel supporters. Just start saying glory to Israel. You know, start spamming the Israeli flag emoji. And then, like, a few minutes later, I'm like, actually, I think this guy might be a Zionist. Start saying free Palestine, you know? I just clipped you saying that your career is over, homegirl. Yeah. No, because like at the end of the day, I just say things to piss people off. You know, like I make jokes about fucking, you know, George Droid, Charlie Clankirk. I make fun of Islam. I make fun of Christianity. I literally make fun of everything. And here's the thing. People that are like, oh yeah, I make fun of everyone. They're usually just virtue signaling, right? They're usually just like annoying centrist types. Where it's like, see guys, I can criticize everyone. But like they do it in like a really annoying, pretentious way. Yeah. Whereas like for me, it's like, no, I'm like far left. Like I actually believe things. And I also think that edgy jokes are funny on the side. You know? I feel like it's not the same. Whereas like for them, it's like their whole identity of like, yeah, both sides are bad. That's why I joke about them, because they're both bad. They're both stupid. Wow. Riveting stuff. Well, you seem like a reasonable lefty I could get along with. So far lefty or right, lol. I'm definitely not right wing. Or are you saying that I'm like right as in correct? Sorry, I'm retarded. I like your style. Think you will do great things. Good luck. Hell yeah. Normally I'm always political, but like normally I'm not as overtly political as this stream. Yeah, normally I just like make fun of like weird right-wing lol cows because it's fun and, you know, really easy content for me that I enjoy, that you guys enjoy, you know. For any new viewers, that's what I normally do. But we're branching back out to like different things. We're branching back out to politics. We're gonna do some more commentary / drama slop. Yeah. Yeah, you want big government? I do not. Suited the fucking magatards. No real conservative left. I don't want big government. I want the federal government to protect people's rights. It's not the same thing, though. I don't want the federal government to tell us what we can't do. I want the federal government to instead say, like, no, here's what power structures can't do. Here's what big corporations can't do. Here's what state governments can't do. Like, no, you will not infringe upon these people's rights. No, you will not take away, you know, women's bodily autonomy, for instance. You know, that's what the federal government should be for. Okay? That's my position. But you have to understand fundamentally that corporations in of themselves are power structures. Okay? And I would argue that all the billionaires and corporate overlords are more powerful than the government. You want to know why? Because the government is bought out by billionaires and big corporations, not the other way around. The government is their bitch, not the other way around. There is a reason for that. Said it earlier, but saying I would be a libertarian doesn't really work either. I'm not to big government, but at the same time, I'm not sure on that either. I lean to the left, but I'm not a leftist. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's big government. Big government is when you protect people's rights from smaller power structures that are trying to infringe upon your rights. I mean, you're making big government sound very appealing. But no, in terms of what conservatives seem to be in favor of, I mean, yeah, no, it's diametrically, at least in this day and age, it's diametrically opposed to what I'm in favor of. And even if we take away, like, okay, let's roll the clock back, like, you know, to before, you know, Trump was relevant, let's say. And like let's roll back time to the fucking Bush era. You know what? Yeah, we'll go back to the Bush era. Even back then, you know, a lot of that shit would be diametrically opposed to what I believe, because I am anti-corporate. I am extremely anti-corporate. It's corporations being too powerful is just as bad as the government being too powerful. And if anything, the government is beholden to corporations. And that, my friends, is the opposite of power. That means that that the wealthy elite are more powerful than the government itself, because they're the ones calling the shots. They're the ones buying out politicians. They're the ones that make it so that every politician, for the most part, very few exceptions, regardless of whether or not they're a Democrat or Republican, is extremely pro-Israel. There is a reason for this. Yet the current left is using Bush as a spokesman. No, they are not. Those people are not leftists. Anyways, maybe they'd be left of Trump. That's true. But I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any means, but why was there an insurance policy taken out of the WTC a few weeks before 9/11? Why did, however, much money disappear the day before? I have no idea. Trump is anti-status quo to an extent. Yeah, but anti-status quo is neutral in of itself. It depends on like what direction you're trying to take things. If you're a reactionary and you're in favor of making things worse and backwards, then that's even worse than being a status quo warrior. If you're, against the status quo, but in favor of good things that progress society and help us advance as a civilization, then those are going to be, good examples of being anti-status quo, right? So any chaos is welcome at this point. Yeah, but not all chaos is the same, and I'm not in favor of chaos. So you're misunderstanding here. I'm not in favor of just like whatever stirs the pot, whatever is the most entertaining, right? Despite the fact that I'm a content creator, I can look at things beyond whether or not they're entertaining or different, right? There's more substance than that. That's to be analyzed. The system is stagnant and in the pockets. Yes, but Trump doesn't change that. If anything, he makes that problem worse by cutting taxes for the wealthy elite, which is what the wealthy elite want. So, left of Trump seems like everyone except the neo-Nazis. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would say that being a Zionist versus being a Nazi, I mean, those are the same level of right wing. Just like two ends of the same, it's like two ends of the same fucking coin. It's the same shit. You're in favor of one type of ethno-state or another. It's just like different flavors of fascism. Whereas wealthy elite, which is different from status quo elite? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. What you're failing to understand here is the idea that there's this push-pull dynamic in politics. I wouldn't say it's entirely made up, but it's oftentimes exaggerated. Why is that? What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is if we actually take a look at what happens over an extended period of time, okay? Well, whether it be Democrats in office, Republicans, or I guess if we look at a more broad period of time, you have people that are considered to be on the left, people that are considered to be on the right. Obviously, there was a party switch at one point where the Republicans were more left wing, but you get the point. You get the gist. Okay. What you'll notice with that is you'll have a more left, it really a centrist party, right? That's just pro status quo, doesn't change anything. Maybe it makes like a few things better, but overall quality of life doesn't improve that much, if at all. And then you have right-wing party, and then they just make things worse or do nothing at all. What you'll notice is in both cases, the standard of living is going to be terrible. Nobody is ever going to be satisfied because the system doesn't allow for it. Okay, no matter what, you're getting a bad outcome. So what do people do? Well, people's perceptions change. They think, oh, well, these are the people in power. These politicians are the ones that are in power. Well, they do have some power. Well, they are technically in positions of power. They're not looking at the broader picture. They're not understanding where does that power come from. And they're also negating the fact that those positions that they hold, those policy positions that they implement are oftentimes bought out. So rather than blaming the system, they're like, oh, well, it's this politician that's bad. And while it is true that the majority of people are going to, vote for Democrats consistently or Republicans consistently if they vote, whether or not they even are motivated to vote in the first place, whether or not they care to vote, whether or not they believe it's worthwhile, is going to depend, well, mainly on what were the last 4 years like. It's like, yeah, Biden may have like improved some things slightly, though he did, aid in a mass genocide in Gaza. The quality of living was still poor. Right? So people are like, okay, well, this guy didn't fix anything. So nobody's motivated to vote for Kamala Harris, who's basically like, I'm not going to do anything different from Joe Biden, essentially. So that's how Trump got into office again. Right? But it's a fundamental error in people's reasoning. Because they think that the system itself is beholden to these politicians, but it's not necessarily. It's actually not beholden to the politicians at all. It's controlled by rich people that control the politicians, that ultimately have, say over legislation. But it's not direct. It's not like they're the ones deciding, ultimately what legislation is valuable to these, to these wealthy elites, right? Again, if capitalistic interests were different, you would see a lot less people, for instance, I don't know, supporting Israel, right? If the owners of capital wanted something different, if they were, for whatever reason, pro-Palestine, then most politicians would be pro-Palestine. Okay? Anyways, hope that makes sense. People telling young straight men that they don't get an opinion or should be listened to. I feel like that shit's a psyop. That shit's just like a psyop. Anyways. The left show they were bought out when they made Bernie stand down. Yep. Absolutely. Anyways. The same status quo. There is no anti-status quo. Nazis were socialist. They were not socialist. Let's see. Sorry. George H.W. Bush ate a baby. Is that true? Anyways. Can you watch the video I sent on Discord? It's 1 minute. I don't know. I'm not in the mood to watch more content right now. I'm probably gonna end stream soon. Yeah, just because people call themselves National Socialists doesn't mean that they believe in socialism. That's not what that means. Doesn't mean that they believe in collective ownership over the means of production. Anyways, there's just like an aesthetic that because if we were to believe that logic, right, just because somebody calls themselves a socialist that they are one, right, then it would necessarily be the case that okay, I guess Russia is a democracy then, because it calls itself a democracy, so it must be true. Well, no, it's not democratic at all, right? You don't have a say over who you vote for, right? It's Putin is going to win no matter what. Doesn't matter what people actually want, right? It's not democracy. Anyone that's not retarded, knows it's not a democracy, right? But it calls itself that. So it's not about what something, self-labels as in the case of, a country and, its economic or whatever political system it abides by, right? Similar principle applies here, right? Same thing with China. China's not communist. It calls itself communist. It's not. It's state capitalist. Yeah, the USSR was never communist or socialist. It was state capitalist. I would say it at one point it got closer to socialism than China ever has or ever will, most likely. But no, it never even reached anything near socialism. And it was way too authoritarian to be successful. Yeah, true enough. I would say that Russia was never socialist either. Even further goes fascism. I agree. Nazis are not socialist in the real meaning of the word, but they are in the common understanding of it. Yeah. No, Nazis are not socialists. It was way closer to fascism than the US ever was or is. Correct, because the state owned the means of production, not the people, not even corporations. The state was basically just one big corporation that had a monopoly on all power, including wealth. Right? Which is the literal opposite of what Marx would have wanted. Please, I promise it's worth it. Look, if I watched any random video that anyone wanted me to watch whenever, even though I have no idea what it is, no matter what, I'd be sitting here watching random garbage I don't care about all day. No offense. I'm too lazy to open Discord right now. Simple as. Maybe I'll take a look at my DMs after stream, maybe. And if I do, then I'll maybe briefly look at it and see is this something worth covering on stream. But isn't that not socialism? Power is in the work is in the workers, right? That's what socialism was. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. Yeah, correct. The USSR was never socialist, right? The reason it wasn't socialist is because the workers didn't have rights. They didn't have power. They didn't collectively own anything. The government owned it. The government was basically one big corporation, essentially. I will say that the socialists never had a chance of competing against the capitalists from the beginning. I don't believe that's true. They didn't get a chance to express it fully. Competition with the capitalist US. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. Workers owning the means of production is more like vulgar socialism. Yeah, it's obviously going to be more complex than that. When I say that, it's okay, yeah, it'd probably be more like 70% worker owned, 30% consumer owned, or some shit like that. But yeah, I mean, because obviously, there's going to be some variation there. It doesn't have to be those percentages specifically. It could be higher or lower for either one. Either way, that the whole point is just collective ownership, giving the people a say rather than big corporations, right? Who are who is the general population that is affected by such and such corporation, right? Who is affected the most by this, right? And that's going to be the workers and the consumers, right? I would say that socialism necessitates the absence of wage labor, the commodity form, etc. That's why I call myself a market socialist, just so I don't have to split hairs. I'm in favor of some amount of decommodification, at the very least. I don't know about full decommodification. But yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. I know for certain I'm in favor of decommodifying the housing market, pharmaceuticals, shit like that, where it's like, yeah, like you need these things to live, and we can't, you know, we can't just let greed take over these. Like this is gonna be one of those things where it's like important. It's like, okay, well, who are the workers in the housing market? Who like what even is the means of production in that context, right? We're just talking about like owning like land, or or in many cases a house that was built a while ago. In most cases, right? You're not building a new house. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I've never heard the term vulgar socialism before. What else is there? Socialism besides the production in the hands of the workers. Decommodification would be the next step. Right? There's more to it than that. I would say, like, in terms of what I'm in favor of, I am in favor of collective ownership over the means of production. For the record, the definition of socialism isn't actually when the workers own the means of production. That's actually not the definition, right? It's more broad than that. It's just collective ownership over the means of production. Then you can go more specific than that, and get into decommodification and whatnot. Like if I was fully socialist, then I would be, talking more about like decommodification and whatnot. It's like pre-Marxist socialism. That's fair. The definition varies. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like market socialism is like the most concrete definition. Everyone usually has different definitions of socialism, which is why I dislike the word. Yeah, fair. That's why I'm specific, right? When I say market social, it's like, even though I'd go like a little bit further than market socialism, it's like that's like roughly the point that I'm like aiming to get to. Socialism, but yeah, like I mean, if we're talking about absence of wage labor, decommodification, etc., like yeah, those would be components to it. It also depends on like where your cutoff point is from socialism to communism. Like, where do you draw the distinction, or do you view them as the same? Because there's some people that view them as like one and the same. I wouldn't know where I would put the cutoff point. I don't know. It's going to be arbitrary no matter what it is. It doesn't seem like there's like a collective agreement upon where that cutoff point would be. And at that point, I'm not too interested in that, because again, it's just splitting hairs. It's just like saying the same thing but differently. So it doesn't really matter that much. Opinion on Leninism? I'm not too familiar with it. Now that eventually going to end up with someone with more than someone else, right? But I'm okay with that. Let's make it merit-based. Yeah, so like, yeah, I guess this is like I mean, it depends on what you mean by communism again. Like, I'm not necessarily advocating for equality of outcomes. I'm advocating for equality of opportunity. That's what I've been saying for the longest time. Because it's like, okay, well, yeah, some people might be more productive than others in society. And it's like, okay, fair. I recognize that fact, right? But there's still an inequality of opportunity. You will never have the same opportunity as somebody that was born into generational wealth, right? If you're born into generational debt, you're even more fucked, right? So, it's like, I'd rather, focus on equality of opportunity, simply because, it's going to be something that a lot more people are in favor of. Like people aren't going to, hear equality of outcome and be like, yeah, that's something I want. Because they're going to be like, well, I work hard, and there are other people that don't work as hard as me, and so I deserve more, right? Rather than that, just be like, well, no. Everyone should have the same opportunities. Meaning that if you work harder than someone else, you will necessarily end up with maybe a bit more, right? And you definitely won't end up with less, right? As opposed to, like if you're born with nothing, you could work 20 times as hard as Jeff Bezos. You'll still end up with nothing. Maybe capitalism could be better if it was a bit more hands-on with government. Wrong, because the government is bought out by capital. That's what you're misunderstanding. Owners of capital purchase the government's power, essentially. Because under a capitalist framework, the government's power can be bought, and it is. Consistently. That's why these regulations don't exist. That's why these loopholes never get patched. It's deliberate. Good night, Femyoz. Thanks for the stream. No worries. I hope you enjoyed. Leninism is usually associated with the party vanguard and Dem-cent market socialism / capitalism. So it happened under Lenin, but I would argue it wasn't his goal. I don't know much about Leninism, or even Lenin for that matter. But some anarchists and left communists would say Leninism is a state capitalist, I suppose. I'm guessing he'd probably be closer to that. I'm not sure if he was a state capitalist or not. I mean, the fact that the system he left behind was one that became state capitalism is enough to suggest that what he did was clearly insufficient and probably too authoritarian. I think he left too much of an opening, or shall I say power vacuum, to be filled by somebody terrible. Right? He should not have allowed that position of power to be able to exist. Because the loopholes and patches allow for people power to be rich. Well, can't say I wasn't trying. Exactly. It gives off the illusion of, oh yeah. I mean, like, for instance, when Kamala Harris says billionaires are going to pay their fair share, I don't even think she believes that. Like, she has to know on some level, like, okay, like, this is obviously, like, yeah, sure, that the taxes will technically be higher on their income, but they're just gonna, but they just, like, have all their wealth and assets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Right? So, it barely does anything at this point. Now, granted, if you cut taxes for the wealthy, you make the problem worse, sure, but yeah. Russia under Lenin was definitely a state capitalist, but I would say that's the result of the failure of the world revolution. I would have to disagree with that. I think you could easily get to, like, under the right set of conditions, even if you're the only country doing it, you could easily get to market socialism. Yeah, income taxes won't fix the issue. That's my point. It's like when Kamala Harris says, like, we're going to make the billionaires pay their fair share. Like, what does she mean by that? It seems like she's referring to billionaires having a higher income tax, right? That seems to be what is being referenced. It's like, okay. Yeah, that's not where most of their money is. I agree, but I think market socialism is just capitalism. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, I guess. Again, I think it would be silly to argue about that, though. I don't really care one way or another what it's labeled as. I mean, hell, if I can call it capitalism and be completely honest, then, that might actually be useful. rhetorically, but I don't know. I just say market socialism because I mean that's what it is. It's like the most accurate term for it that exists. And like, you know, I am trying to get at something specific, and I'm also trying to get people to understand that like, okay, like socialism isn't some fucking big scary boogeyman. Right? It opens people up. Makes people a little bit more open. Reagan knew what he was doing? Absolutely. If the world revolution had succeeded, then I think we would have had a generally socialist society, but it's hard to say. See, I don't know what's the reason to believe that. You keep saying this, but like, why? Why would that be the outcome? Make a new one called Femyosism? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If there's going to be an ideology named after me, I'm not going to be the one that names it, okay? Someone else is going to have to coin the term and popularize it, because I'm not that much of a narcissist to the point where I would fucking name, like, unless I come up with like something very specific, maybe. Like if I come up with like something very specific, very elaborate, that's like unique and like completely differs from like other shit, then like, yeah, maybe I could like at that point like coin a term and be like, okay. But I don't think that I believe anything unique enough for me to coin a new term. Autocracy is peak, random chance decides. And that's kind of what the universe is. I think you're young, yes. This is gonna suck the soul out of you. Yeah, I'm 21. Anyways. Let's see. My point would remain the same. You can't have it both ways. You can't say you want a Europe-style system without paying higher taxes. You agreed not paying higher taxes was worth the benefit? When the fuck did I agree to that? What are we talking about? Huh? Also, it should be rich people that are paying more taxes. Not people that are broke-ass bitches like me. Like, what are we saying? What, huh? What? Sorry, anyways, sorry, that was like a really stupid comment. Anyways. Billionaires often derive income primarily from capital gains, which are taxed at a lower rate. Yep. Socialism can only be achieved through world revolution. It's possible for the world revolution could happen and the communist movements could fuck it up and revert to capitalism, but I'd be speculating. Yeah, but like, why? Why can it only be achieved through world revolution? Like you're saying it can only be achieved through world revolution. And it could also get fucked up, but that's the only way. But like, why is that the only way? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, why is there no other way to achieve socialism? That's what I'm not understanding. Like, what about other countries remaining capitalist would prevent one country from becoming socialist without interference? Right? Or, because I mean, obviously, there have been instances where, like, the US has specifically interfered to prevent it or whatever. But we're talking about, like, you know, small countries in the grand scheme of things, where, like, they have the power to do that. Right? But, like, let's say the US itself, you know, becomes fucking socialist somehow. Let's say there's a socialist revolution in the US. Okay, well, we have nukes. Who the fuck is gonna want to invade us? Right? Are you ready to commit violence? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say on YouTube. I don't know. Gotta make sure not to break TOS. I think that answers your question. Anyways. I think the way to solve the billionaire question with the current system is by banning massive loans entirely. Yeah, I don't think that would solve the issue. Um, let's see. Because it's in the interest of all other countries to imperialize the nation that has just propped up a genuine workers' market and has weakened itself by tearing down its own system. But that would go for any. That would apply to any country that has a revolution, right? But it seems to be the case that, like, you know, I don't know. That's hard to say. That's hard to say. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, actually not sure. Like if the US had a socialist revolution tomorrow and then the next day it was, you know, the same but socialist. I guess. It's like, yes, we have socialism now. I don't know how the world would react, actually. I don't know. I feel like I don't know how you would predict something like that though. I feel like that'd be very unpredictable. I don't think that European nations would just like invade the US though. Would they? I don't know. Let's see. It's called unions. Oh, you mean the things that get suppressed by the people that are actually in positions of power? Whose rights will never get advocated for enough because the people who would make it easier to unionize are bought out by billionaires. Yeah. Hate to break it to you, but it's not going to be enough. Africa is the future? Maybe. I don't know. Not in the near future because Westerners fucked that up through intervention. But maybe eventually. Anyways. I think it's a waiting game with a bit of law dodging. It would be China. You think that China would invade the US if we became socialist? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, you might be onto something. If a revolution happened in the US, China would harp on it immediately, probably even put aside its differences with other nations momentarily to stop it. It would be fools not to. You may have a point. What if China had a revolution? What if China had a revolution? I actually wonder. I'm guessing Westerners would find a way to fuck it up based on track record. But how? Yeah, I guess intuitively it seems like they wouldn't be able to justify it, but like they'll find a way to like justify it to stupid people, right? But yeah, I don't know. That's hard to say because it's like, because I don't think anyone is like of the position that the China's system is anything other than oppressive. I don't think anyone thinks it's anything other than oppressive. So yeah, I think we would go the same way. You could be right. But does that go for any revolution, or does it have to be a socialist one specifically? Because I feel like this would apply for any revolution. They call it let it rot. China's in turmoil right now. The people are refusing to work, as they should. Yeah, I guess I never really thought about like I guess I never really thought about how it would, you actually bring up a good point. I didn't really consider, like, how would other nations react to this? Like, would we get invaded if we just, like, became socialist? Am I shadow banned? No. Not every revolution threatens the global capitalist system. Okay, you have a point. Ooh, you have a point. You actually have a really good point. Fascinating. Wait, genuinely fascinating. But do you think you could, like, slowly ease your way into socialism? Like, for instance, like, if over, like, the next, like, 30 years, let's say, one of the Nordic countries becomes socialist, just, like, slowly over time. Like, would anybody invade them? I feel like it'd have to start there, right? Because, they're the closest. They're the closest to greatness. So, I don't know, something like that? Maybe? I don't know, who the fuck is gonna invade, I don't know, like, Finland or Denmark or any of those, like, I don't see what the motive would be. Because, like, because the difference between the outcome being produced by a revolution versus slowly over time, just from different laws being passed, is the perceived legitimacy of the government in power, right? So if they slowly morphed into socialism, let's say, then I don't think that they would get invaded. Same thing with the US. Let's say the US, just through legislation alone, became socialist. I don't think anyone would invade the US simply because of the perceived legitimacy of the government, meaning that NATO, right? Just like, would obviously, the US would still be a part of NATO. So you'd have European nations that would side with the US, if China tried to invade. I don't think it would be possible to do that. There. But you do think it would be possible to get to market socialism. Would that be through revolution or through policy? Because I'm of the belief that if you can get to market socialism through policy, you can go further than that through policy. I think. I'm not sure. Either way. Slow change lasts longer for sure. Yeah, that's why I'm always hesitant to be like, I'm gonna join the socialist revolution. Let's do a revolution. Like, no, I think having revolutionary style thinking is good. Doing a revolution doesn't necessarily produce the outcomes. I mean, there are other, like, practical reasons why I think it wouldn't be, as viable necessarily. But I do think that we could use certain tools in mass to speed the process up a little bit. The YouTube revolution. Yeah, I'm never gonna I don't have any power. I'm never gonna be able to cause a revolution to happen. I'm not sure. I think it could be possible through policy, but I don't think it would open the door for future policy. Maybe. You could be right. Actually, I think it probably couldn't happen through policy either. It seems far-fetched to me, but I'm not certain. Yeah, because it's like, it's almost paradoxical where it's like, okay, like, there's like a couple pieces of legislation that would like help us get there, right? Like, even just like heavily subsidizing worker cooperatives, right? But that legislation is never going to get passed within this current power structure because the current structure wouldn't allow for it, even if everyone wanted it. Gotta endorse local change. Yeah, fair. Make something better and make sure it's televised. Yeah, the only issue is I wouldn't televise anything. I'm like, if I do something locally, I'm not going to televise it because I don't want to dox myself. I don't want people to have any idea where I live. But yeah, and that's just because like I you know, it's because of the nature of what I do. Yeah, no, the bourgeoisie would not willingly resign their ownership. That's true. Considering the fact they control politicians. Yeah, no, I mean, this is, yeah. No, I think I was like a little bit too optimistic a few years ago when I first, started thinking about like, okay, like maybe capitalism is an issue. I was like, well, if we just like passed the right policies, we could get there within like the next 50 to 100 years. It's a lot more complex than that. I don't think I realized the extent to which the system has been rotted by billion-dollar corporations and billionaires essentially buying off politicians. I mean, I knew that there was corruption, and I knew that some politicians were bought off or whatever, but I don't think I understood the magnitude of it. I think seeing, like, the Epstein files and seeing, like, okay, this is, like, what money does to people and politicians specifically. Like seeing the mindset that they have, like, seeing that, like, okay, this is Epstein, a guy that donated, I'm pretty sure he donated both to the Republicans and Democrats, if I'm not mistaken. There's a reason for that. There is a reason for that. It's because he wanted to control both sides. Right? What Star Wars accurately predicted, specifically episodes 2 and 3, was the rise of fascism. What they failed to account for was that Palpatine wouldn't be the central, I guess, like the central authority of the government. Okay? But Palpatine would be pulling the strings from the background in terms of, being a corporate overlord. Okay? He would just be the biggest corporate overlord that has blackmail over all the other corporate overlords. So whatever he wants can get done. And then he changes the system according to his will. And well, you do see a little bit of that. You do see a little bit a bit of that with like in terms of like Phantom Menace. I think actually, now that I think of it, no, because in Phantom Menace it does kind of establish, right? That like he does use corporations to change the system in that way. So I guess when you look at the big picture, yeah, no. George Lucas was spot on. I don't know why I fumbled that. No, it's actually perfect because I think that like my main criticism would be that like it could have been shown more, but yeah. I mean he literally is a rich guy. He uses his money to influence politics. So did Darth Plagueis, by the way. They used their money to influence politics, right? They were the real ones that were controlling things behind the scenes, right? By buying off people in positions of power and whatnot. So I think I could have articulated that a little bit better, right? Right? I don't think it like actually like demonstrated like, oh, this is how fucking rich Palpatine is, right? And it didn't really demonstrate that. It's like, oh, he is just, he's just a politician, right? The Separatists were entirely corporate interests. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got a point. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Now that I think of it. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Count Dooku would be like their version of, I don't know, Epstein or some shit. It's like making everything, well, except there's like a bunch of Jeffrey Epsteins out there. Right? My boy Dooku's not Epstein. Yeah, no. Dooku could have had a redemption arc, I think. Actually, I don't know, dude. Depends on which Star Wars books or novels you read. Yeah, it really depends. It really depends. He was like depending on what you read, he's either like, you know, like redeemable or like a complete like fascist psychopath. He was cartoonishly evil. Depends. Depends on what Star Wars media you're consuming. Right? You're not going to be able to make a judgment in either direction on the basis of just watching the prequels alone. You'd have to, look at media outside of that, I think. But yeah, I guess in a way, yeah, I guess that was depicted. Where, the leadership over the Confederacy of Independent Systems was entirely bought out. But, and in a way, it's like, yeah, it's, Final watch the prequels again. Awesome. Yes, watch the prequels again. They're good. They're exceptionally good when it comes to the politics. So out of their time. He used both sides to figure out which one was stronger. No, that's actually not true. It wasn't to figure out which one was stronger. He was always going to turn the Republic into the Empire. That was inevitable. He might have had like a backup plan to turn the CAIS into the Empire if shit went wrong. But no, he was very much so in favor of having a humanoid-centric empire stemming from the Republic, right? Keep in mind, it wouldn't have made sense in the case of him, actually, yeah, no, it would have to be the Republic because, like he was the chancellor of the Republic. So it'd be weird as fuck if he like how would he be in a position of power over the CIS if they know who he is? I guess, like he's not going to be able to be emperor of the CIS because Sidious, from their perspective, was some just fucking rich donor, right? But that wouldn't make him the emperor. That wouldn't be sufficient because we're talking about a completely different governing body, right? But the governing body that he was specifically trying to change was the Republic, and he was using a war to do that, right? He was using corporate interests and a war to do that. But I also think that what we're seeing today is rather than smart politicians taking advantage of people with corporate interests or whatever that are in huge positions of power, we sort of see the reverse of that in a way. We see we see politicians being used by people that are in positions of power financially, right? If the Separatists won, he would still benefit. Yeah, well, he would have had a backup plan, right? He would have figured out like, okay, like how do I take advantage of this, right? But it would not have been his like main plan, right? Obviously, he's gonna have like backup plans for everything. He's fucking Darth Sidious. He's playing 4D chess, He was the head of the Separatists and the Republic. Yeah, true. But I think he would prefer to, but that's the thing but that's because he was controlling Count Dooku and General Grievous, right? Like he never intended on keeping either of them alive. He didn't want to keep Count Dooku or General Grievous alive. That was never the goal. Especially not General Grievous. General Grievous was unruly. He was just like a tool to be used and disposed of. Yeah, the Republic was his first choice. That's what I'm saying. he could have made it work with the CIS, but it would have been a lot more difficult, especially because it's like, okay, like, you know, he has to like kind of like not be, because he was working in, he wasn't the face of the CIS. That's like that's the distinction. He was controlling it, but he was controlling it with money and with Count Dooku, right? Like without Count Dooku, it was going to be a lot harder to control the CIS, right? Because even with the money, I guess he could become like a corporate lobbyist, but you know, I don't think that his goal as a Sith Lord was to become a corporate lobbyist as a part of his grand plan. Like he wanted to rule the galaxy, right? Yeah, the droids were also inferior. Anyways, I didn't follow the politics of the prequels that close. Yeah, me neither when I watched them. But I've rewatched them quite a few times. I don't even think I've watched them with like the intention of like thinking about the politics. I just know them so well that whenever I think about like Star Wars and like politics at the same time, I'm just like, huh. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's really good. Wait, that's actually really smart. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch them again, and I'd probably be like, holy shit, this is a fucking banger. I mean, obviously, like, you know, sometimes like I'll think about it. Like on my most recent rewatch, I would have been thinking about politics, and I'd have been like, this is really good, right? But it wouldn't have been on the forefront. We talking Star Wars? Yeah, I bet. Anyways, I'm gonna end stream. We'll be going for 4 hours. And yeah. But yeah, I mean, no matter what, Sidious was gonna win. Even if the CIS somehow won against the Republic, he was gonna find a way to control it either way. It would have just taken longer to control the CIS, right? And I don't think he. And that's the thing is like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he would have cared that much if he had to like do it like more so from the shadows or whatever. Like, I don't think he would have cared as much. Because obviously he already, you know, Darth Vader was already like his main enforcer or whatever. You know. I think yeah, like once he because once he had established his empire, he kind of just like didn't touch grass. He didn't really go outside that much, you know. But yeah, Fall of the Republic would have made it easier for the Jedi to hide. Yeah, that too, right? And there'd be like, and the CIS is gonna like, care less about. Well, no, because obviously the point of propaganda for the CIS would just be like, well, the Jedi are the people that, you know, we're fighting against our right to secede from the Republic, you know. But I don't think that would hit the same as the Jedi betrayed the Republic and tried to kill the Chancellor. You know, it's not the same. On stream, sorry for mostly lurking. No worries. No need to apologize. I've been gaming while listening. No worries. No worries. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed. Love you all to death. And yeah. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See y'all later.